Hello, I'm back. GameStop hit 29 bucks again. Or maybe that's a new high, I don't know. Maybe we did. I don't know if we hit 29 already, like in after hours or something, but I don't know. Yahoo prices usually aren't correct, or TradingView. Neither of them usually are. So who knows? um Looks like we hit over 29 a few days ago. So, not new highs quite yet, but still up. Yippee. Not that exciting. Should be up a lot more. Then maybe I'd be excited. D-Talk, what's up, D-Talk? How you doing, bro? It's very weird when Matt Romano is not the first person in here, I'll be honest. I'll be honest, it's a little weird. But what's up, D-Talk? How you been, bro? I'm first today? Yeah, I literally just started the stream like a minute ago. This game stops going down. It's all good. As long as we're trading volume in these higher prices, that's all that matters, but you would have liked to you would have liked to sit and trade 29 for a little bit, not just reject it like that. Like that's a pretty solid rejection. But Semlar's up so much. That gives me so much confidence on GameStop. So, you know, it's easy to hold. It's easy to hold when you see all these trash Bitcoin treasuries going up and then GameStop hasn't even moved. It's like, damn, I should probably be buying more too. But we're just chilling for now. We just chilling for now. Caravan Dweller. Oh, that's a cool name. Do you have a YouTube channel? Oh, that's D-Talk. Caravan Dweller. No. For some reason, I don't know, your name made me feel like you would have a YouTube channel. I don't know why. You just post GameStop memes. I like it. I like it. Except I don't know why you have Greg in your memes. That makes no sense. That dude has literally nothing to do with GameStop. So I don't know why I don't know why he's in all your memes. I would be interested in knowing why he's in your memes, but very interesting. I'm gonna watch one. Or wait, they're all movies. I can't watch them on the screen. YouTube will clap it. I'll watch one anyway, though. Yeah, and music. I can't do either of those. Can't do music or movies. Get straight clapped. But shout out to Caravan Dweller making those GameStop memes. You should be running those on Twitter, bro. Twitter is where you would get the engagement on those, not YouTube. What's up, Matt Romano? Doing good, bro. How you doing? 4:30 a.m. Start working on my car. Did you just barely you wake up this early, or are you just staying up all night? I forget where you're from. That's savage. You just waking up at 4 a.m. to work on the car. That's some real shit right there. That's some real shit right there. Jimmy made a nice push. Yes, it did, and it gave it all back already. Shit's funny. I love it. I love it. Lots of shorts at 29. Lots of shorts at 29. But they can't really I mean, it's still early. They're having a hard time pushing the price down, it seems. But they're definitely there. It's definitely apparent. We'll see if they can push the price at all. No prismatic. Nah, I didn't want to go wait in line. I should. GameStop opens in like 3 hours. I'd probably be pretty early. I don't know. I don't really want to go. I need to go to the post office too. I got all your guys' orders done. Holy shit. That was a I'm glad like I've sold stuff on the internet for years already, so I have all my stuff. Because I was having a hard time finding supplies for some of that stuff, like small enough boxes. Yeah, that was some crazy stuff. I'm excited to send all those orders out though, especially KCRs, bro. That's my first international order. I've never printed out an international label, so I can't wait. I can't wait till he gets his card. Especially with how shitty the package is. Like, I didn't have any bubble mailers left, so I had to, like, use a paper mailer. And I just stuffed the card with as much bubble wrap as I could into the paper mailer with the card. And then I taped the shit out of the paper mailer so it would be, like, waterproof and stuff. It looks terrible. But I got everything packed, so we're good. I ended up I'll share the earnings later because it's not very impressive, but I did lose like $60. But they did the $150 match, so technically I only lost like technically I made $90 or $100. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, lost overall. You got Zoom earnings after hours. I'm fucking tired, dude. This is crazy. I shouldn't have started the stream this early. GameStop made a post about Greg's artistic ventures. Thanks, man. I'm X, Ice, Art Man, Meth Greg. What the heck? Alright. Well, God bless you, Caravan Dweller. What's up, Hugh G? He knows where you all live now. I mean, who knows? Maybe I used my return address. Yeah, right. I mean, I would. I don't know. I'd much prefer to use someone else's. So if you want to... So if your plan was to order something from me and harass me, it's not going to work. You're going to be harassing some random person. Oh, shit. That's funny as fuck. That's so funny. Oh, Target had earnings in the morning. That's why it's down. That makes sense. What did Lowe's look like? I haven't looked at that stock in quite some time. What's up, Drown? Damn, Lowe's is in the shitter. Kind of. Actually, it looks like a really good spot to buy it. Let's see. You had an insider buy, like, at the end of the year. Little small one. Core Weave is ripping today. Wish I bought more. Isn't that the IPO we streamed about? Isn't that that stock that IPO'd like literally like a couple weeks ago? Or like a month ago? I don't know. I swear I remember streaming about that. Damn, Lowe's makes like $7 billion a year. Savages. Straight savages, bro. 43 million in assets, or 43 billion, or wait, is that 43 billion? Holy shit. Stock's potentially a little bit overvalued, but Lowe's crushes, holy shit. big deal from 40. Bro. Speaking of $40, holy shit, Chewy, bro. Holy shit, Chewy. Holy shit. It's at $44. It tapped almost 45 the other day. Holy fucking shit. All hail the Chewy. All hail the Chewy. That's crazy. GameStop's trash. GameStop better do something exponential for missing out on Chewy. Straight up. GameStop better be fucking insane for how shitty it is compared to Chewy. Damn, bond yields hit a new high. That's crazy. Well, not really, but like as far as the trend it's been in. Where the fuck? I keep deleting this tab. I need this tab. TLT. I still think this is an interesting play for the longer term. Because if rates ever go, which they should, go back to like 3%, and if there's ever an economic event and we cut rates down to like really low again, this thing will double. So it's like, if you think rates are going to go back to 3%, it's a for sure like 20-30%. But if you think there's ever going to be an economic event where we'll cut rates or do like emergency cuts or something, then there's like a possibility of a double or more. It's an interesting play. Very interesting. It probably would take a few years. But 20-30% in a couple years is not bad. In reality. So it's a very interesting play. Because it's just a macroeconomic play, really. It's not even really a stock play. Straight macroeconomics. Straight macro. But I guess the only like real risk of it would be what's it called? What am I trying to say? The real risk of it would be is if for some weird reason the Fed started cutting rates and bond yields didn't follow. That would be like the worst case scenario, I guess. But I don't know. Trump said the N-word? No way. We gotta watch this. There's no way. There's no way Trump said the N-word. There's no fucking way. You're capping. What's up, Muma? What's up, KCR?
Stronger, sir.
Get ready, guys.
Everyone was stronger, sir. To a point where the next one's going to be, you know what? The N-word. You know what the N-word is, right?
Nuclear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, Asmongold clickbaited me. He got me. Son of a bitch. He got me, bro. He got me. That N-word is worse. Yeah, I mean, straight up. That N-word is worse. Straight up, it is. That's a bad N-word. Do you see my whatnot message? No, I did not. Whatnot? I don't even know how to look at messages on there. I don't even know how to use this thing. Oh, right here. Game like next chapter. CCN. I'll check it out. If it's like a really old article, I don't know if I want to read it. But if it's relatively new, I think I'll be interested. The old articles are just like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What's it called? I'll probably have to use Google. Well, let me try this. GameStop. Oh, no, this is probably a new article, just judging by the title. Profits. 6 bill. Balance sheet. And Bitcoin treasury strategy. CCN? I'm not seeing it. There's this one on MSN, but they usually take articles from other places. Oh, this is a damn. This is like an article I would write. This is gonna be good. Shout out KCR, bro. Shout out KCR, bringing the heat. Bringing the heat. Bro, KCR, I can't wait till you get your package. I want you to roast me so bad on how terrible and good packing I did at the same time. It looks like I ran out of bubble mailers, so I had to use a paper one, and I taped the fuck out of your package so it would survive the trip. And I just stuffed it with bubble wrap. Oh, it's gonna be great. I can't wait till you see how terrible it is. Same with drowns. I ran out of fucking small boxes, so I had to custom make a box. And that shit, it's actually not that bad. But you can definitely tell it's not a... it's definitely a custom box. He knew what he was doing. I didn't, actually. Or I'm confused. What? I'm confused. Trump's low-key a comedian. I mean, he is pretty funny sometimes. You can get yourself banned for that. No, Trump can say it. Trump has the pass. If Donald Trump came in my chat and said it, he'd be fine. But you don't have the pass. Well, nobody here has the pass. Well, except Muma. Muma can say it. But even Muma doesn't do it anymore, so... I mean, check yourself, bro. If Muma cannot do it, then it should be pretty simple. Did I sign your Dig Trio? No, I didn't. I didn't. No autographs, no autographs. Is a test, didn't think it would grow through. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Either way. Either way, I would have saw it if I was a mod. Anyway. Could have asked you to sign it. I don't think I would have. I feel like that's a little weird. I don't know. The signature is kind of where I draw the line. That's a little weird. I'm not fucking I'm not a I don't know. A celebrity. I'm not fucking I don't know. Who does signatures? Like everyone? I'm not a sports player. Anyway, KCR found this article. It was written 1 day ago. It's a 38-minute long read, so it's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one, but it does look really good, and it seems like it's a bullish article. Let me delete some tabs here. Damn, Bitcoin 108,000, and Ethereum's lagging behind again. Ethereum's about to go to 3,000, most likely. That's insane. Unless I don't know. Altcoins are weird this time around, but Ethereum. This is kind of what I thought last time. I thought Ethereum was lagging behind Bitcoin, and then you saw the 50% fucking move that happened. So, it'll probably happen again. I don't know, but 108,000 Bitcoin, new all-time highs. Crazy. And GameStop hasn't even fucking moved. Like, what? 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 I'm buying more. What? What is you hear? I'm not buying that many. I'm gonna buy like 20 shares. What? Pretty much just the shares I sold. What? And then I'm gonna close the app. What? And then I'm gonna see what happens and probably buy more later. What? What's up, Kristen? I'm just not around my YNs. Otherwise, it'd probably be my vocab. That's fair. No one-to-one signature. Weird's my thing. Oh, I know that. UG, you seen the Gme Bitcoin wallet post on Reddit? I'm about to sell my ETH. Bitcoin wallet post? Why did I open my... Oh, yeah. I was gonna buy more. I forgot. Don't worry. Don't worry, I remembered. How many more do I need? What is that, 35? Yeah. What does 35 cost? $1,000. I think we can do... Oh no, we gotta do 10. I don't even think 10's enough. Oh, gotta do 11. I don't know why I'm buying them on this account, but I am. There we go. Fun stuff. Exciting stuff. Not really. Not that exciting. I'm about to sell my ETH. What's up? That's the third time I've seen a Bitcoin wallet post. I'm not trying to predict it, just gonna let it happen. Jackie Lay Tits also said TA on GameStop's looking very good. He said that today. Well, that's terrifying. I hate when people like that get bullish. Because, yeah. Unfortunately, that makes me not very positive. I mean, I just bought more shares, so obviously I'm still positive. But when people like that start to get bullish, that scares me. Because they have no fucking clue. That's how it was last time. When it's going to 32, when it goes over 32, it's going to the moon. And then it sells off 30% the next fucking 3 months. Yeah, go fuck yourself. These people who do TA don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you like Jackie or anyone who like does TA, but these people who do TA are kind of stupid, I'll be honest. TA doesn't really work. It can, but it doesn't really work. I've seen those idiots fucking say, multiple times now that this stock's gonna go crazy, and it never does, because there's a lot of sellers in the 30s. There's a lot of, it's crazy that we're up here. There's a lot of sellers at these higher prices, so that's a good thing for us, but anyone who thinks they know what the stock's going to do in the short term, that's funny. That's funny. There's too many sellers for you to predict that. Too many sellers for you to predict that. But obviously, I'm bullish on it. It's just, I don't like when other people get bullish, because that's usually when it goes down. Or consistently. It has been when it goes down. Because people get all excited and they load up on options and then they get fucking wrecked. Been a very consistent pattern as we've gone into the 30s. And this time could be different, though. You know, this time could be different. This time it could actually start climbing into the 30s and go. But just, you know, historically, when people who use TA get bullish, that doesn't excite me. That actually, yeah, it makes it, for me, it's the opposite. I don't like when people who use technical analysis get bullish. I don't like it. God damn, 109K, bro. It's going. Holy shit. Bro. Have you guys looked at Semlar recently? Have you guys looked at fucking Semlar recently? GameStop is going to the... It's going. It's gonna go, dude. Holy fuck. This is crazy. Semlar's at $47. Well, 46.5, but holy shit, dude. If they announce the Bitcoin, that shit's crazy. I still hope they do it. I still hope they wait till the end of the year, but if they announce it Q1, crazy. Yeah, and the market's down today. Target cut its sales outlook. Retailer blames tariffs for uncertainty and backlash on DEI rollback. Canada Goose. Shares soar 20% as company beats estimates, pulls full year guidance. Gary Connolly died. Democratic representative. I don't know any of the representatives, but that's sad. United Health falls after report it secretly paid nursing homes to reduce hospital transfers. Oh, is that what that kid was talking about? I don't know. Sorry, I'll read the article in a minute. I'm just fucking, I got distracted and now I'm looking at news. Low sticks by full year forecast as sales from home professions boost business. Damn, Armenian organized crime rings charged with stealing 83 million in Amazon cargo. That's insane. Burger King's latest movie team ups, part of big effort to target families. Lumber duties could worsen home affordability. Yep. Retailer TJX beats sales estimate as tariff uncertainty looms large. Mortgage demand drops after interest rate jump. There's actually a lot of news today. No articles I want to read, but a lot of news today. Xpeng rise, adding a 66% rally after Chinese EV maker losses narrowed. Waymo says it reached 10 million robo-taxi trips, doubling in 5 months. Damn, that's impressive. M&S cyber attack to wipe out nearly 1/3 of annual profits. What? I kind of want to maybe read about that one. That sounds interesting. Wait, NFL is gonna ban the tush push? What the hell's that? I'll have to look that up. The tush push. Makes last dish effort to save the tush push. What? What the fuck is this? The tush push. Quarterback sneak cannot be banned. The team was revealed. There's no skill involved, and also an automatic first down on plays of a yard or less. I'd like to see the league prohibit pushing or aiding the runner on this play. Interesting. I see why they're doing it. That makes sense. I get it now. I have trouble working without your voice in the background. You got this. I don't know what you do for your job, but you type on that computer. Go team. I despise the Eagles. They're the only team that makes the play work. I've never even heard of that until now. I see, like, I see the, yeah. I see those dudes as people that want to build an audience just to milk them dry, especially if the plays hit. Then they say, bro, I made you all this money. You can't donate. A little hard to trust when the motivation for them is to milk you for your cash. Yeah, it's because trading's not a guaranteed profit as much as people want to pretend like it is. Like, you could be the best trader in the world and still have a down year. Like, they don't sell it for what it is. They sell you a dream. They sell you a dream that's pretty unreal. Like, it's attainable, but it's pretty unrealistic. It's like live streaming. Maybe a little bit higher percentage odds of success than live streaming. But, you know, if you don't succeed live streaming, you don't lose all your money. But if you don't succeed trading, you know, you potentially lose all your money. It's just, yeah. Like, the information they're sharing and some of the stuff, it's good to know, I guess, if, like, this is what you want to do. But I don't think you're ever gonna do anything, really, following those people. I don't know. I just don't see it, personally. I don't see it. I've made more money the past year just buying and holding fucking GameStop than I ever have trading. So, I don't know. You know, maybe your experience differs, but I really doubt it. I've never met a profitable trader in my life, honestly. Really. Never. And even if you are a profitable trader, you probably made like $1,000, $2,000. Like, that doesn't. If you want to be a profitable trader, in my eyes, you better be making like a salary, or else you just, I don't even know why you talk about trading or think about it, or yeah. That's how I view it, though. A lot of people don't view it that way. I just, yeah. I view it very differently because I've spent a lot of time. I've done so many trades. Probably thousands. I don't know. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of trades. Especially day trades. But I've done a lot of options too, especially in the beginning. That's what I started with. Before I ever even bought a stock to hold long term. I was fucking trading options. Motivation. Let's see. I watched some in silence yesterday. I noticed someone else was back, so I figured I'd revisit. Well, have you thought about buying calls or leaps at all? Just have to have more leverage prior to Bitcoin purchase announcement. No. I mean, I've considered it, but I don't really see. I don't know if I really see the point. I could just buy more shares. Honestly, it's pretty much the same thing. Just costs more. Who knows when the Bitcoin announcement will happen? Yep. Dude, I'm so far behind in the chat. What the hell? Glad you saw it. I'm glad you came out. Let's see. It's not hard. It's trolling. I would have to think everyone knows who it is. Super behind in chat. Yeah. I'm just barely catching up. Change my shit back? No, you're not allowed. You're still banned. You're lucky I'm letting you type in the chat, to be fair. I know that's mean, but it's kind of reality. What's up, Alex? Sure. I'm up like 40% in 3 trading days on my small speculative play. Low cap stock. I'm excited, but Corey thought me to not think I'm smart. It's probably just luck. It's stock trading. That's all I can say. There's nothing wrong with doing it. I'm just I will be very surprised if you're successful in it. Not just you, just anyone in general. I'd be very surprised if I met anyone who was successful in options trading or trading in general. You name it. Stock trading, futures, you name it. I'd just be very surprised to meet anyone who's successful long term doing that and who actually makes money. And you didn't just get lucky on some random play. Like, I guess you could say that about GameStop for me, you know? But it's not really a trade at this point. It's kind of a lifestyle. I feel like it's not really a trade. It's a straight lifestyle. It's a lifestyle choice to YOLO all your money into GameStop. Looks like Gme didn't buy Bitcoin yet. Who knows? Who knows, my friend? Sell it, KCR. Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe potentially. Taking profits is always a good thing. Depends. It's up to him, though. It's his play. Maybe he has a different price target or something. I don't know. Who knows, man? A little doofus waiting to all-time high. Who's a little doofus? We're about to read about Lil Doofus, actually. You'll find all about Lil Doofus here in a little bit. I don't know who that Lil Doofus guy is. Ouch, okay, I'll lurk. I'm sorry, but I'm speaking the truth, unfortunately. My rule is off. If I look at the P&L and think, man, that's a nice gain, I sell that bitch. Yeah, that's a fair strategy. Well, for me, I usually have a price target in mind before I even place the fucking buy button. And that's how it should be, because most people just don't. That's how most people lose their trades. Like, they'll be up on the trade, and then it just turns against them. That's a very common outcome for a lot of people, especially in options. It's one of those small cap manipulated stocks Corey told us about yesterday. Debatable whether it's manipulated or not. There could be a lot of factors why it's up 40%. All right, I'm gonna let's see. 10.4 foreign chain announces first regulated Bitcoin. We'll read that later. Megawatt Bitcoin mining facility. Ooh, I want to read about that. New York employer matter Adams. Let me get a bunch of articles ready, and then we'll read that GameStop article, and then yeah. 8.6 million boost Bitcoin strategy. U.S. leads the world in Bitcoin ownership. So many Bitcoin companies. All right. I wanted to read that article. Aiden Ross blessed it. That's funny. Twitch make partner much easier to get. Read that. Pokemon scalpers ignore tornado warning and camp in the middle of a thunderstorm. Savage. Savage. Asmon Gold beats out Kendrick Lamar and I Show Speed is YouTube's 8th most searched term. That's crazy. And we saw those. GameStop limited collectors to 1 Destined Rival box. Which they should have done for everything going so far. Moose again. What's up, Moose again? Wait for a dip, then put it all on black again. It's a fair strategy. It is a lot easier to stick to like one stock. You learn the price action and stuff. I have a 10x dream for that smaller position. Might get there. If I lose it all, it won't hurt me. I have 2K in it. Nice. Well, if it's a stock trade, it doesn't really matter. I don't think. When I see the words, what did you say? I don't know where it was. Oh yeah, small speculative play. My mind just automatically goes to options for some reason. I don't know why. Today's volume much bigger, almost 3 mil. Yeah, it's all right. It's not bad. As long as we're trading volume and higher prices, bro, that's all that matters. Doesn't matter what the volume is. It matters where you're trading that volume. And we're trading that I mean, it's not really good we're rejecting 29 this hard, but it seems like we're about to trade it. Who knows? But that's all that matters. You need to trade, like, a lot of people talk about volume. It's like, it doesn't really matter what the volume is. It matters where the volume's trading. I know I just repeated myself, but it's a good way to look at it. And how the volume's trading. And that's why, you know, you learn about the volume profile if you really want to understand stocks. All that technical analysis stuff is whatever. It's all lagging. But if you want a real indicator, you learn about volume profile, and then you'll understand a little bit more. I track support and resistance and DCA depending on the situation. Hey, it was crushing with Intel for a while there. I think Intel's still like kind of bouncing there. Not as crazy as it was, but certain stocks you can do that with for sure. Gonna be driving for a bit, so no typing. All right, stay safe, bro. Even though I drive and type all the time, bruh. Come on, bro. Caught up on work, having a coffee, watching the stream. What's up, Moose? 100 million volume in one day and we barely moved. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of shorts, though, you know? A lot of shorts. A lot of shorts. I literally listened to this stream. Oh shit, an appointment one time. I know, you told me about that. It's so funny, dude. Oh, that's ridiculous. Tricky one! Ugh. What's up, Tricky one? 10k in ETH at like 1700 should really sell that bitch. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. You do whatever you want, bro. But I think ETH's going higher, personally. And maybe that's a reason why you should sell it. But I think we're going, especially if Bitcoin keeps climbing. If Bitcoin keeps climbing, ETH might lag for a really long time, but it's eventually gonna hit 3,000. Potentially, maybe this is the top. Maybe this is the top. I don't know. I think it's going higher, but that's just me. You shouldn't listen to me. I'm an idiot. Your mom will tell you what to do. I got Solana. Let me check. Solana's kind of shit right now. Maybe Solana's lagging as well, but I don't know. Solana's kind of trash. But one of these days, it's probably just going to have like an 80% fucking up day. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. 3,600 range in my head. You think it's going to go a lot higher than I do. So you're a lot more bullish than I am. I think it can go that high, but it seems like the crypto market's really focused on Bitcoin right now. And, you do get that trickle down, Bitcoin into the altcoins, but the altcoins have kind of been shit this year, or this time around. Bitcoin, it's definitely a different crypto bull market this time. For now, I mean, last time Bitcoin went crazy before altcoins ever moved, and then altcoins went like 10, 20, hundreds of X's. I don't know if that'll happen again, but it can, maybe. We'll read that, maybe. Nintendo's using Samsung to build the main Switch 2 chips. I still haven't even got to KCR's article. I'm slacking so hard. I just want to see what news there is today, because that article's long. See what we got going on before we hop into a 40-minute long article. No news there. There's usually no news on that one. And I imagine there's nothing on the investor website. Alright. So KCR found this article, GameStop's next chapter, profits, 6 billion balance sheet, and Bitcoin treasury strategy analysis. Story by Dr. Togrul Aliyev. And I don't know who this is. We'll look him up real quick before we read. I just want to see who he is. Author at CCN. Okay. Senior cryptocurrency research analyst who began crypto journey in 21. All started with a Reddit post. Learned more about crypto, became deeply interested in it, decided to focus entirely on this field, completed his medical degree and became a doctor. Research, specializes through research, thorough research. He also has a strong understanding of stocks, real-world asset tokenization, related areas. He's skilled in Python. Okay, so he's basically just a fucking nerd. Which, fair enough. Fair enough. I like nerds. I like nerds. I can relate. I can relate to nerds pretty well. All you cool kids, I have a hard time relating to you. You're just too cool for me. You're just too cool for me. Kind of think I flipped my ETH for Sol. Oh, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. You do whatever you want, my friend. 500, it's at 412 about a few years ago. Altcoins pump the most when Bitcoin's steady at a new high. Yeah, that's what it seems like. But that's what happened in the past. Bitcoin, it's a lot different of an environment now. So who knows if that's what's going to happen again. Should have put that 500 in GME. You'd be double up. Double up. 3 or 4 times. I don't know. I think she bought that Solana like years ago, though. All the cool kids, they seem to fit in. Sold the ETH just now. If I want to buy GME, nice. Let's go. That's funny. All right. So this is the key takeaways first. Ryan Cohen is one of the most disciplined turnarounds in retail. Cohen brought founder-level intensity to GameStop, cutting executive pay from $55 million to $2 million, refusing all compensation himself, and insisting on real skin in the game. GameStop's decision to allocate capital towards Bitcoin introduces a high volatility growth lever while preserving its core business trajectory. If executed well, it could be a long-term driver of shareholder value. While there's no definitive proof of concealed short exposure, the structural red flag suggests that, if such exposure exists, the potential for a future short squeeze remains significant. Oh, this is going to be a crazy article, dude. This guy did so much research. Dr. fucking Togrul Aliyev. Bow down to Dr. Togrul Aliyev for this article, bro. This is probably going to be really good. I don't know. I'm excited to read this, and I usually don't get excited for GameStop articles because they're all trash. But this one seems like it might be really good. All right. GameStop remains one of the most controversial stocks in financial market history, possibly the most controversial. At one point, it was a retail giant. Every gamer knew the name. Crowds lined up before sunrise, waiting for the newest release they'd pre-ordered months earlier. The smell of shrink-wrapped cases, the jittery excitement on the way home, and the booklets nobody read but everyone flipped through, the soft click of the disc sliding into the console, every detail mattered. That's why GameStop wasn't just a store. For many, it was a cornerstone of growing up. Holy, dude, this article is going to be gas. Shout out KCR, dude. I don't know where you found this article or how. I don't know where you found this or how. Maybe I just missed it because I don't look at Google anymore. Let me see. Let me see if it was on Google, because I don't know how I missed this, I'll be honest. This is going to be a gas article, bro. I just want to see. Did I miss this article? Oh, I did. I guess I have to have this search up because this is a big miss by me. Big miss by me. So I gotta have, as much as I hate fucking Google, I gotta have it in my bookmarks. Unfortunately. Fucking Google, man. Alright. Well, either way. Shout out KCR, bro. Good article. Good find. I read this a few hours ago. He goes through Ryan's upbringing. It's a lot of stuff we've already read or seen in a YouTube video. That's fair. At least it's, you've gone over like 90% of this article. Yeah, I'm sure I have, but it's good to see someone else who's invested time into the story, you know? It's good to see you don't get articles like this. Most of them are just shitty technical analysis articles or bearish articles talking about revenues. Like you don't get articles like this. So I know it's going to be everything I already know, but it's just nice to hear it from someone else, I guess. Instead of hearing the same old fucking nonsense. That's why GameStop wasn't just a store. For many, it was a cornerstone of growing up. I agree. When I was a kid, bro, I spent thousands of dollars at GameStop on games, bro. I was there all the time. And it's funny, 15 years later, I'm fucking straight out here just YOLOing all my money into the stock. It's kind of funny. But all right. But the industry shifted by 2014 to 2015. Digital storefronts surged as gamers embraced downloads, with Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, and Steam fully committed. Yet GameStop didn't. It remained anchored to physical retail, betting big on a shrinking market. That the cracks appeared quickly, management lost focus, chasing one distraction after another. Revenue stagnated, then declined. Net income turned negative, debt continued to rise, and the board cut the dividend. Their attempted diversification through acquisitions backfired. Instead of strengthening the company, they merely diluted it. By all rights, it should have failed. A brick and mortar relic stuck in the physical world, while the world migrated online. Yet the collapse never arrived. Instead, the market would soon experience one of the most bizarre and explosive turnarounds. First, it became a meme, then a movement, and more recently, a profitable business. In this issue of CCN Reports, we conduct a thorough financial review of GameStop Corp., analyzing revenue trends, margin, debt levels, and cash flow performance. We evaluate the company's capital allocation strategy, business model, and leadership under Ryan Cohen. The report further explores strategic considerations surrounding company's Bitcoin interest, while assessing key risks and presenting valuation scenarios based on current execution. EB Games, still got my Legacy Res EB Games card, still works. Are you a Canadian, Detox? All right, the man behind GameStop. What you should know about Ryan Cohen. This will be a good read for anyone who's like new here as well. I think we picked up some new people. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's 21 people here right now, so anyone who's new to the GameStop story, you're here at the stream. You're here on the stream at a good time because you're gonna learn a lot, I think. USA. Oh, okay. How do you got an EB Games card then? All right. Early life and entrepreneurial beginnings. Ryan Cohen was born in 1986 in Montreal, Canada. He grew up in a middle-class Jewish household and was heavily influenced by his father, Ted Cohen, who owned and rescued a glassware import business, originally started by Ryan's grandfather. Ted Cohen transformed the company through a relentless work ethic, arrived daily at 6 a.m., unloading warehouse pallets, then returning to the office duties, soaked in sweat while managing hundreds of products. I didn't know Ryan Cohen was Jewish. That's funny because he talks a lot about Jews. Ted became Ryan's primary mentor and closest advisor. He taught him discipline, long-term thinking, and the importance of putting customers first. Outside of work, Ted approached money with the same level of care. He invested every spare dollar into stocks and kept a close eye on the market. When Ryan turned 12, his father began teaching him how to invest. The early exposure shaped Ryan's mindset and got him investing before he even finished high school. As Cohen said, everything I know, from empathy to principles of making money, I learned by following in the footsteps of my father. Cohen demonstrated early entrepreneurial promise, launching his first affiliate marketing site at just 15. After briefly attending the university, he left with his father's blessing to pursue entrepreneurship full-time. By his early 20s, he had already accumulated significant startup experience. In 2011, at the age of 25, Cohen co-founded Chewy, originally Mr. Chewy. Inspired by a frustrating experience buying pet food online for his poodle, Tylee, he believed that pet parents deserved Amazon-level logistics, with a level of service and emotional care no one else in the industry was providing at the time. Cohen built Chewy on 3 pillars: customer retention, logistics efficiency, and obsessive attention to detail. He often cited Amazon as inspiration, but added a personal touch, sending handwritten notes, pet portraits, and sympathy flowers. And yeah, Chewy's, in my opinion, one of the greatest companies in the world. So, for what that's worth. And it's definitely proved it throughout the time I've been talking about it. His focus on long-term customer loyalty became part of Chewy's DNA. In 2017, PetSmart acquired Chewy for $3.35 billion, largest e-commerce acquisition in history at the time. Cohen remained the CEO's post-acquisition. Cohen remained CEO post-acquisition, running Chewy as an independent business. Under his leadership, Chewy hit $3.5 billion in revenue in 2018, That same year, Cohen stepped down to focus on his family and pursue personal priorities. Leadership experience becomes paramount when evaluating turnaround situations like GameStop. There's always a chance for luck, timing, or some unexpected catalyst to shift the narrative, but in the long run, experience matters. And the Chewy saga reveals what kind of entrepreneur Ryan Cohen is. Dude, this article slaps. I know we're just reading stuff we've already read, but this guy gets it, bro. He fucking gets it. He gets it. Not many people get it. Not many people get it. So it's good to see. It's good to see someone who gets it. We're like not even halfway. We're not even close to halfway through this. Cohen built the company in Florida, far from the venture capital hubs of New York and Silicon Valley. He was pitching a low-margin, logistics-heavy business to investors who wanted software and scale rather than 30 bags of dog food in the mail. As a result, he faced more than 100 rejections before anyone took him seriously. Plot twist, Corey posted this article. I mean, if I was to write an article, it would be somewhat similar to this. But that experience became his edge. Chewy taught him to operate under pressure, with limited cash, tight margins, and no room for waste. He mastered stretching every dollar, structuring negative working capital, and winning customer loyalty through obsessive attention to small details that quietly shaped the customer's entire experience and kept them coming back. By the time Chewy reached $3.5 billion in revenue, Cohen had already weathered battles most public company executives had never encountered. There was no playbook, he wrote one himself. This was the Ryan Cohen who arrived at GameStop, a founder who had already been through the hard part and was still hungry for more. As he told Joe Foncillo from GDDD, "I like tough things. I don't like to make my life easy for whatever reason." From Chewy to GameStop, Cohen's second act. After Chewy, Cohen took a step back, he said. Like with Chewy, and I guess this is just my work ethic and how I am if I'm a CEO, I'll basically work myself to death. I can't control myself. I'm an extremist. Cohen soon shifted to full-time investing. Rather than diversifying, he followed a high-conviction, concentrated strategy and put the bulk of his capital into Apple and Wells Fargo, viewing both as undervalued businesses with durable competitive advantages. His philosophy echoed Warren Buffett's approach: invest only in what you truly understand, then hold indefinitely. The bet paid off. Apple, in particular, delivered substantial returns as the stock nearly quintupled in the years that followed. Damn. Invest only in what you invest only in what you truly understand, then hold indefinitely. Damn. 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 What's up, Alex Schur? Jared, what's up, Jared? I bet Jimmy missed out on the Bitcoin. Why y'all bearish now out of nowhere? What the hell? I like positive mudcats. Get that bearish fucking loser out of here. Positive mudcats is chill. Bearish mudcats is kind of a pussy. Cohen also admired Carl Icahn's activist approach: by buying into broken companies, confront poor leadership, and fix what others gave up on. Icahn made a career out of challenging boards and forcing change, a reputation that resonated with Cohen. That same mindset would eventually draw him to GameStop. In 2020, Cohen started quietly accumulating shares of GameStop through his firm, RC Ventures. By December, he had built a 12.9% stake, making him the largest individual shareholder. At the time, GameStop was widely seen as a dying mall-based video game retailer. Cohen recognized untapped potential, an iconic brand, a strong customer base, and an opportunity to rewrite his e-commerce success story. In his now legendary letter to GameStop's board, Cohen demanded nothing short of a complete strategic transformation. His message was uncompromising. He criticized the company's obsession with brick-and-mortar retail, its failure to embrace digital, and what he viewed as backward-looking leadership. He urged GameStop to cut real estate, hire tech talent, and build a world-class e-commerce platform capable of competing in modern gaming economy. After Cohen's public letter dropped in November 2020, the board found itself concerned. With RC Ventures now the largest individual shareholder, and Cohen's influence growing, his critique hit its mark. It resonated, investors took notice, so did the media, and GameStop's stagnant stock began showing life. Behind the scenes, GameStop leadership tried to contain the situation. However, with Cohen holding more than 1/10 of the company, they couldn't just ignore him. So in January 2021, they cut a deal. Cohen and two of his allies, Chewy veterans Alan Attell and Jim Grube, would join the board in exchange for capping his stake at 19.9% and standing down from a potential proxy battle. Reflecting on that period, Cohen said, "When I decided to join the board, I made a long-term personal commitment to be at the company for an extended period of time. By June 2021, my voice is going away." By fuck. You emphasize the funniest part of words and it's endearing. Hater, bro. Hater. By June 2021, just 5 months after joining, Cohen was appointed chairman of the board. Soon after, several long-term tenured directors departed. We changed the composition of the board. We got rid of the entire board. We got rid of all the professional directors. We changed up the entire management team, Cohen said. In June 2022, CEO Matt Furlong was abruptly dismissed while official reasons were disclosed. The message was clear. Cohen wasn't satisfied with the pace of execution. Just months later, the board elevated Cohen to dual roles, both president and CEO. Cohen likely never wanted the CEO role, at least not initially. He'd been candid about Chewy's toll. The job almost killed him. He had no desire to put himself through that again. But as GameStop's transformation stalled and leadership turnover persisted, he might have concluded there was no alternative. Cohen's approach to responsibility set him apart. He'd been outspoken about his disdain for corporate directors who played with house money. People behave differently when they're risking their own capital, he argued, repeatedly calling out professional board members and executives who make millions in risk-free compensation and stock options while shareholders hold the bag. And then this is a tweet from him. He says, "I'm sick of seeing failed executives make millions and risk..." Oh, we already read that. Okay. "Directors should comprise of owners who bought shares with their own money." Cohen structured his involvement with GameStop to reflect the opposite mindset. He accepts no salary, no stock-based compensation, no bonuses. His entire stake consists of shares purchased outright at market prices, including his initial 2020 investment and subsequent buys in 2023 and 2025. This sends a rare signal in executive leadership. If the company succeeds, he wins with everyone else. If it fails, he loses alongside them. GameStop's financial health. The fall of physical game sales and what it means for GameStop. The gaming industry has undergone a structural transformation over the past 15 years, leaving GameStop stranded on the wrong side of history. Between 2010 and 2025, physical game sales plummeted from 69% to just 9.22% of the global market share, while digital sales surged from 31% to 90.78%. For decades, GameStop's core business was physical game sales, both new and pre-owned. In 2010, this segment represented 68% of total net sales. In 2015, it dropped to 56.4%, then 38.9% in 2020, before bottoming at just 26.3% in 2025. The collapse was not just a matter of consumer taste, but also a matter of structural erosion. As the entire industry changed at a systemic level, it forced GameStop to abandon its decade-long reliance on a single revenue pillar. The company's entire economic foundation required re-innovation. That's software as a share of GameStop's revenue going down. Storage got cheaper, internet speeds got faster, and device capacity expanded exponentially. Consumers found it simpler to purchase games digitally, downloading them in the background while continuing their day, than to visit physical stores where trips often involve 30-minute drives and uncertain inventory availability. Interesting. The economics changed for developers and publishers too. Digital distribution cut out intermediaries. They no longer had to spend money on discs, packaging, printing, shipping, warehousing, and retail margins. For small indie studios, it became the only viable path. For large publishers, it meant higher profit per copy sold. And most of all, the infrastructure reached a tipping point. Major platforms like Xbox Live, PlayStation Store, Steam, and Epic Games Store made digital the default. With online storefronts integrated directly into consoles, gamers gained seamless access to automatic updates and instant downloadable content. Although GameStop no longer reports revenue by new and used games separately, earlier data remains available. From 2010 to 2016, new game sales made up about 37% of total revenue, while pre-owned used games contributed about 26% on average. Together, they represented two-thirds of GameStop's business, and more importantly, its profit engine. Gross margins range from 21% to 24% for new games, and from 43% to 48% for used titles. Used games were GameStop's golden goose. Buying low, reselling high, and controlling the entire ecosystem created a margin profile that couldn't be matched by selling new box titles. But as digital downloads became the norm, GameStop's competitive moat evaporated. Even secondhand buyers, once core to GameStop's business, found little reason to return. Why purchase a scratched disc for $22.99 when digital sales offered the same title for $9.99? But it wasn't just about the price, the magic had faded too. While recent years have produced undeniable masterpieces worthy of all-time lists, the industry's golden age of consistent brilliance seems to have passed. The industry now favors length and volume over emotional resonance. Where players once cherished tightly crafted 8 to 15-hour experiences that lingered for years, many modern titles demand 50 to 100 hours in open worlds that blur together. Players' expectations have changed. Past generations witnessed seismic shifts, 2D to 3D, standard definition to HD, static AI to dynamic open worlds. We've achieved photorealism, cinematic narratives, open world crafting, and real-time ray tracing. The result, fewer games achieve that lasting cultural imprint they once did. There are 1,000 more reasons why this shift happened. Streaming culture, content overload, changes in gamer demographics, but they all led to one inescapable reality. Physical game sales were collapsing at an exponential rate. GameStop, having built its empire on that experience, had no choice but to evolve or be erased. Why GameStop closed over half of its stores. One way to evolve was to close stores that no longer made financial sense. In 2010, GameStop operated 6,670 stores worldwide. This expansive footprint made sense when physical game sales, midnight launches, and in-store traffic dominated the industry. However, as the structural shift towards digital distribution accelerated throughout the 2010s, the rationale for such a large physical presence weakened. GameStop's leadership eventually recognized this trend, albeit slowly, and began closing stores. By the end of 2020, the global store count had declined by 28%. Between 2010 and 2020, GameStop's previous management closed 1,854 stores. After Ryan Cohen joined the board in January 2021, the pace was intensified dramatically from 2021 through early 2025. GameStop shuttered an additional 1,613 locations, reducing the global footprint by 33% to just 3,203 stores. While earlier closures were reactive and slow, the post-2021s were part of a deliberate restructuring strategy focused on operational efficiency, profitability, and capital discipline. Rather than viewing store closures as a symptom of failure, Cohen's leadership treated them as a strategic necessity to right-size the business for a predominantly digital market. Revenue mirrored the store contraction. In 2010, GameStop posted $9.47 billion in total revenue. By 2020, this had fallen to $5.09 billion, marking a 46% decrease. Under Cohen's far more aggressive and intentional store rationalization effort, revenue declined further to $3.8 billion in early 2025, representing a 60% cumulative decline from 2010 and a 25% drop from 2020 levels. On a per-store basis, revenue fell from $1.42 million in 2010 to $1.06 million in 2020, and later improved slightly to 1.19 million in 2024. However, revenue per store tells only part of the story. A complete assessment of operational health requires examining gross profit trends and gross margin expansion, both of which provide a much better indication of operational efficiency and cash generation potential. In 2010, GameStop generated $2.54 billion in gross profit, equivalent to approximately $380,000 per store. By 2020, gross profit had effectively halved, falling to $1.26 billion, or approximately $262,000 per store. While GameStop's total gross profit remains stable at approximately $1.23 billion in 2024, compared to 2020, the reduced store count pushed gross profit per store to approximately $385,000, surpassing both 2020's performance and 6 of the previous 15 fiscal years 2010, 2019 to 2023. Oh, interesting. The per store profitability gains coincided with significant gross margin expansion. In 2010, GameStop's gross margin stood at 26.79%, before eroding to 24.75% by 2020. Cohen's restructuring drove a recovery to 32.25% by early 2025, representing a 546 basis point improvement over 2010 and a 750 basis point surge from 2020 levels. On a per store basis, this translated into a substantial improvement in operating efficiency. In 2010, each store contributed approximately 0.00402% to the gross margin. By 2020, that figure had improved to approximately 0.00514% under Cohen. The gross margin per store nearly doubled, reaching 0.01%. That's crazy, actually. That's actually kind of insane. Damn. Impressive. You can't deny that chart. That's crazy. Hold up, I'll be right back. Soon GameStop will just be a website or small mall kiosks. I don't know if I agree with that. Being in the mall sounds terrible. Alright. The importance of this change cannot be overstated. Despite closing 52% of its global stores and enduring a 60% decline in total revenue since 2010, GameStop materially strengthened the profitability of its operations. The company retained more gross profit per revenue dollar while operating a smaller, more efficient retail network. It is important to notice that many comparative figures reference 2020, a year heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, when nearly all companies faced revenue disruptions and operational challenges. However, even when compared to 2019 pre-pandemic levels, the broader story remains unchanged. GameStop's core business performance has demonstrably improved under Ryan Cohen's leadership. GameStop's revenue diversification. Another way to evolve was to diversify the company's revenue streams. A major strategic shift was the collectibles and trading card expansion. Since 2017, when GameStop began reporting 3 main revenue categories, hardware, software, and collectibles, only collectibles have delivered consistent growth. In 2017, collectibles generated $638.7 million in sales. By 2024, that number had increased to $717 million, $0.9 million. Meanwhile, hardware revenue fell from $3.65 billion to $2.1 billion, and software revenue dropped from $4.26 billion to just $1 billion. The percentage breakdown reveals clear trends. GameStop has grown more reliant on hardware sales, collectibles have steadily gained share and software has shrunk proportionally. Okay. To further capitalize on the trending card boom, GameStop entered a partnership with Professional Sports Authenticator in October 2024. PSA is the leading card grading service in the world. Under the partnership, GameStop became an authorized PSA grading submission center. Customers can now drop off various cards, including Pokemon, sports cards, Magic the Gathering, at select GameStop stores for professional grading. The service costs $18.99 per card, plus a small shipping fee. Once graded, the cards are returned to the store for pickup. Company also encourages collectors to trade in graded cards, offering pro members a 15% bonus on trade-ins. This approach serves three strategic purposes: driving more foot traffic, building a supply of high-value graded collectibles for resale, and strengthening GameStop's brand in the growing collectibles market. As customer engagement around trading cards and rare items increases, GameStop is steadily moving towards its long-term goal of reaching $1 billion in annual collectible revenue. The uniqueness of many items also created a key differentiator for GameStop. Offering products that are difficult to find elsewhere helps strengthen customer loyalty and build a competitive edge that mass retailers struggle to match. Another pillar of GameStop's diversification has been overhaul of its online operations. In 2021, under new strategic leadership, GameStop invested heavily in upgrading GameStop.com and its mobile app. Company focused on fundamental improvements like faster loading times, better inventory tracking, and smoother checkout. It also integrates stores in the online fulfillment network, transforming them into mini distribution hubs for faster local shipping and pickup. Beyond technical upgrades, GameStop expanded its online product categories. The website evolved from a simple game retailer to a full marketplace for gaming and geek culture. By 2023, shoppers could get computer parts, PC accessories, collectibles, toys, clothing, and even gaming chairs and furniture. At the same time, GameStop revamped its loyalty program. In 2023, the Power Ups Reward Pro membership was relaunched as GameStop Pro with a higher annual price, $25 instead of $14.99, but substantially enhanced benefits. The question, however, is whether expanding discounts cuts into profitability. The $25 annual fee generates immediate cash flow, while the coupons nominally provide $60 in annual value. Not all members fully redeem every reward or maximize all discounts. In fact, according to Capital One, only 0.85% of all coupons issued in the US in 2023 were actually redeemed. More crucially, the program incentivizes increased spending. Customers using the monthly $5 coupon typically purchase additional items to redeem it. The Capital One report confirms this effect. 38% of U.S. consumers spend more than planned when using coupons, and 67% make impulse purchases because of them. Beyond the immediate financial impact, the loyalty program strengthens customer retention by maintaining engagement with GameStop's ecosystem. Pro members demonstrate higher purchase loyalty at GameStop locations compared to competitors, reducing the need for costly customer acquisition efforts and helping stabilize revenue over the long term. Exclusive collectibles, merch stuff. Go buy it. They already have that. They literally already have that, Detox. I don't know when the last time you looked at GameStop.com, but if you go here and you go to literally anything, we'll go to the collectibles category. You just go, where is it? You go to filter and only at GameStop, and you click yes, and there you go. These are all GameStop exclusive things. They've been doing that for a while. That's where all my shirts are from. This shirt's a GameStop exclusive. I don't think the Waluigi and Wario hat are GameStop exclusive. The other three aren't. But yeah, I try to specifically buy GameStop exclusive stuff, and it's mostly shirts and stuff. But yeah. They already be doing that. But I still don't see why you said it will just be a website. I disagree with that by a lot. The retail is very valuable in my eyes. Maybe not in the future, maybe eventually they'll sell it. I don't know. I doubt it. I don't think they would do that, especially if it's profitable. But who knows? I just don't see it. To me, the store is very valuable when it comes to customer retention and just satisfying the customer. They want a place to go. But yeah, they already have that stuff at GameStop. Improvements across the income statement and balance sheet. All of this sets the stage for meaningful improvements in operating income, tighter control over SG&A expenses, healthier inventory management, stronger cash and equivalents, reduced debt, and ultimately positive net income. GameStop's operating income had been in a sustained decline since 2015. By 2018, the figure not only dropped but turned negative. When a company's operating losses persist, it signals deep structural problems, from an eroding revenue base to misaligned cost structures that heightened insolvency risk over time. 6 years have passed since that inflection point, yet GameStop remains unprofitable. Still, the progress is notable. Operational losses have shrunk dramatically from 2018 through their 2018 trough of negative 702 million to just negative 26.2 million by 2024's close. After operating income, SG&A expenses become the next logical focus. These represent the ongoing costs of business operations, salaries, rent, marketing, logistics, and demonstrate how effectively management controls cost against revenue. GameStop's SG&A expenses have followed a steady downward trajectory since 2015. In absolute terms, costs have nearly halved, falling from $2.1 billion in 2015 to $1.13 billion in 2024. The reduction proves crucial for GameStop, protecting margins amid declining revenues. As top-line sales continue their expected decline during the company's footprint optimization, lower fixed cost ensures more gross profit reaches the bottom line. Just as expense controls protect margins, inventory management protects cash flow. In retail, inventory is trapped cash. When stock levels outpace sales, it ties up working capital, increases carrying costs, and raises the risk of heavy markdowns if product fails to sell. Conversely, overly lean inventory risks stockouts and missed sales. As in all aspects of business, success lies in finding the right equilibrium between availability and operational efficiency. The charts are interesting. That one's GameStop's inventory. So since 2018, GameStop has consistently reduced its inventory level from 1.25 billion to 480.2 million by the end of 2024. At the same time, inventory turnover has declined, and GameStop's turnover rate of 4.94 remains the lowest across its peer group. But they have a quality inventory, especially with the PSA. Well, PSA cards are a little risky. Potentially. Who knows? But for the most part, they have really quality inventory. Typically, declining inventory turnover signals sluggish sales, cash flow constraints, and mounting markdown risks, but the falling turnover is largely a side effect of deliberate strategic repositioning, store closures, inventory rationalizations, and a shift towards high-margin, lower-velocity categories, such as collectibles. GameStop has intentionally moved away from high-volume, low-margin turnover of physical games towards a leaner, more sustainable product mix. As a result, while turnover metrics have deteriorated, gross margins have expanded by 750 basis points since 2020. On a relative basis, GameStop's inventory to sales ratio of 12.56 is well aligned with peers. It is close to the specialty retail average, 13.75%. It is above the general retail average, 9.05%, and it remains broadly consistent with companies of similar scale and structure. What this tells us is that GameStop's inventory levels are appropriately sized relative to a shrunken revenue base. There's no evidence of inventory bloat, which would show up as an outlier ratio far above industry norms. Ultimately, net income stands as the most critical metric. I agree. I think that is, especially with a company like GameStop who has no debt. Every dollar they fucking make just goes back into the company. There's not many companies that can do that. A lot of these companies have a lot of debt. That's how they got so big. What's up, DC? After years of heavy losses, GameStop finally returned to profitability in 2023 and 2024. From losing $500 million annually just a few years prior, the company posted a $131 million net profit in 2024. Nonetheless, the core retail business still operates at a loss. Positive net income is driven largely by returns generated on GameStop's large cash reserves. Investment income from these reserves has become a huge tailwind for the company. Tailwind? What? Or is a tailwind a good thing? I don't know. Is a tailwind a good thing? It doesn't sound like he's. I don't know. I don't know. These cash reserves originated from a series of at-the-market equity offerings, one completed in 2021, and 3 executed throughout 2024. With no viable alternatives, GameStop faced a binary choice: either continue bleeding cash until eventual bankruptcy, or dilute shareholders in the short term, raise fresh capital, use that capital as a financial pillow, and buy time to execute a turnaround that could ultimately enhance long-term shareholder value. See, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the choice. I don't think they had to do the at the money. I think Ryan wanted to do the at the money because it's free money. I don't think they had to. I think the business was going to become profitable no matter what. Yeah, I disagree with that part. GameStop chose the second option, and by doing so, it accumulated almost $5 billion in cash and marketable securities. At the same time, it completely eliminated all long-term debt from the balance sheet. Yep. Look how fire that is. Shoo-whoop! Shoo-whoop! Alright, short-term liabilities remain part of normal operations, but at just $665.4 million, they are a mere drop compared to GameStop's nearly $5 billion cash reserves. This requires no complex analysis. The company's inventory and current assets easily cover the obligations as they should. It's worth mentioning that every ATM offering coincides with market euphoria, periods when GameStop's stock price has risen dramatically within short time frames. Yep, they've done that at the money is really smart. Definitely have done them smart. The rationale is clear. During these euphoric phases, trading volume peaks, enabling large blocks of shares to be sold with minimum price impact. On the other hand, elevated share prices allow greater capital raises with fewer shares sold, reducing dilution for existing shareholders. Yep. And then you top that on with Bitcoin. You're like not even fucking diluting your shareholders, really. GameStop's total operating expense going down. Executive compensation. For a decade, GameStop's executive compensation practices raised serious concerns. Despite deteriorating business fundamentals since 2010, stock awards and cash bonuses for senior leadership grew consistently. On average, executive compensation consumed about 0.25% of revenue, or roughly 3.6% relative to net income. In certain years, the disparity between shareholder returns and management rewards reached absurd levels. Damn, now like, that's crazy. These charts are so crazy. In 2012, despite posting a net loss, GameStop paid out executive compensation worth nearly 13% of that loss. In 2017, while still profitable, Executive pay consumed 34.7% of total earnings. From 2019 to 2020, executive pay reached 1.8% to 3.5% of the company's total market capitalization. Things got worse after 2021. Executive compensation compared to net income reached 14.5% in 2021, 13.1% in 2022, and a mind-boggling 71.8% in 2023. However, there is a reason behind it. My buy pushed us to 29. Nice. Are you liking the article? Yeah, it's a good article. It's everything I already know, but a little bit more detail, so it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice because I don't usually go into detail like this. I'm pretty basic. These excessive payouts primarily resulted from legacy contracts and severance packages for departed executives, including former CEO George Sherman, CEO Matt Furlong, COO Jenna Owens, COO Nir Patel, and CFO Diana Sadeh Jajay, among others. Many of these awards were tied to tenure-based stock grants negotiated before Cohen joined the board. The surge in stock price during 2021 inflated the final value, but the bonuses had already been locked in to the original agreements. Interesting. By 2023, the compensation landscape had shifted significantly. Total executive pay dropped to $4.81 million, although it still represented 71.8% of the year's modest net income. The number was heavily skewed by transition-related payments. Former CEO Nir Patel and former CEO Matt Furlong accounted for $3.06 million of the total. Most remaining leadership aligned with Cohen's philosophy. Mark Robinson and Dan Moore earned around $500,000 each. Diana Jajay, who had already left the company, received about $700,000. Ryan Cohen maintained a $0 compensation policy, no salary, no bonus, no equity awards. For context, Apple allocated $562.3 million in executive compensation from 2022 to 2024, just 0.18% of its net income. If the world's most valued company, run by supply chain visionary Tim Cook and an elite team, spends less than 1/5 of a percentage of earnings on its leadership, how can GameStop rationalize paying higher percentages while unprofitable? I mean, one thing he didn't mention, though, is Ryan Cohen does get paid. I forget exactly what it's called, but he does get paid a little bit. I think it's like 100,000 or 200,000. It's like an insurance type thing. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is, but Ryan Cohen does get paid for what he's doing. It's just not, the normal way most CEOs get paid. By 2024, executive compensation reached a historic low of $2.03 million, solely covering base salaries for a streamlined leadership team and security expenses for Cohen's position. The direction of the board and executive team under Cohen marks a clear departure from past practices. Compensation now aligns with corporate health rather than personal gain, no longer rewarding failure or treating pay as an entitlement. Leadership must now deliver tangible results to earn their compensation, and that change is a major positive for long-term shareholders. Cohen's philosophy on corporate governance leaves little room for interpretation. In the same 2022 interview with Joe Vancilio for The Bodyguard, I don't know what it is. Ryan Cohen does get paid, yeah. It's like an insurance thing. I don't know what it's called. I could look it up. It's in the SEC filing, I think it's in the SEC filing. I don't remember. Or it's in the... somewhere. I don't remember how I'm going to find it. But we read about it. I don't know if I want to really spend time trying to find this. Because I read about it. You can go find it if you want. Maybe after I'm done reading this, I'll go find it. But it's somewhere. I think we got here when we started loading up professional directors in corporate America. They started being responsible for shareholder money without risking their own. They go and hire compensation consultants, surround themselves with expensive lawyers and other consultants, and they don't care about the money, so they go and overpay for talent. They overpay for everything because it's not their money. Why would they give a crap? That's how we got here. Most of these public companies have boards full of professional directors. Ultimately, I think the solution is putting people in the boardroom who are risking their own capital. Then they're going to act a lot more sensibly. But that's not the direction we seem to be heading in. We seem to be heading in the opposite direction. I think directors and officers, if they're responsible for shareholder money, should risk their own money. They should be buying shares with their own money, and you don't see enough of that. You see very little of it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Building Chewy, I was risking my own capital. I didn't take a salary for a long time, and the salary I did take was really small. It wasn't millions or tens of millions. So as an entrepreneur, I don't understand what's going on in corporate America. It's a whole other world. It's like Looney Tunes. Some kind of fantasy land or sick dream. It just doesn't make sense. You can lose a lot of money and still make a lot of money. You can lose shareholder money and still make a lot of money. And it happens all the time. GameStop's intrinsic value. He has bodyguards. Is that all it is? I don't know. I know what like document. I can picture the document in my head. I just don't know where it is. Corporate governance, maybe? No. It's something. No. Maybe this? No. Could be bodyguards, but I don't remember. Either way, it's like 100 grand, so I don't know if it really matters. I wish I could find it though. Is it this? No. Is it this? Might be this. Wait, this is the shareholder thing. Or maybe it is this. I think it might be this. Yeah, all other compensation, 268,000. I don't know what it's for. Is it for the bodyguard? You have to pay a bodyguard 286,000. That's crazy. Mr. Cohen represents the incremental cost to the company of providing Mr. Cohen's security services. Oh, okay, so it is. Independently assessed. You have to. Damn, that's a lot for fucking security. That's crazy. Interesting. I guess I thought it was like an insurance thing, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Anyway, discounted cash flow analysis remains one of the most reliable methods for estimating a company's intrinsic value. This approach cuts through market noise to evaluate the firm's ability to generate sustainable long-term cash flow. We applied a 10% discount rate, which reflects the balance between GameStop's strong cash position and the risks that come with its ongoing turnaround. A lower rate would disregard remaining business challenges, while a higher rate would undervalue demonstrating progress. To conduct the DCF, we first project GameStop's future free cash flow through 2032. Free cash flow, FCF, is defined as cash generated from operations minus capital expenditures. As previously demonstrated, Cohen's leadership has driven consistent debt reduction, capex discipline, and gross margin expansion. These operational improvements signal a company moving decisively towards stability. Given the ongoing turnaround, we applied 3 different revenue growth scenarios: 3%, 8%, and 15% annually over the forecast period. In each case, we projected capex decreasing from 16.1 million in 2024 to 14 million in 2025 before stabilizing a conservative approach reflecting both recent cost discipline and aggressive restructuring. Under these conditions, the net present value results are as follows: 3% growth, the estimated business value of, is that 1.1100 million? That should be 1.1 billion, or yeah, 1.1 billion, I think. I don't know. 2,000 million? Isn't that a billion? I think that's a billion. Or yeah. Anyway, or approximately 2.36 per share, 8% growth. I don't really understand that part, but whatever. I guess it's just I kind of understand, but kind of don't. The analysis must also account for cash and debt positions. GameStop's debt-like instruments include long-term liabilities, current debt, and lease obligations. Total 410.7 million. On the other side of the balance sheet, the company holds 4.7 billion in cash and marketable securities. I don't know why people would do it this way. Why would you do 4,774 million? Like, it's a dumb way to do it. Just put 4.7 billion. In marketable securities, adding the recently completed 1.48 billion senior notes off. Why didn't he put 1,480 fucking million senior notes? Whatever. Offering brings the total cash balance to 6.25 billion. After netting out debt, GameStop's net cash position stands at around 5.8 billion. Although the 1.48 billion convertible senior notes are classified as debt, we view them as quasi-equity, given GameStop's right to settle conversion in stock and reasonable likelihood of conversion based on the current and expected stock price trajectory. We do not expect this to result in a material cash outflow. When incorporating cash and debt into the valuation, the fair value per share under each scenario becomes 3% growth, 14.87%, or goddamn, 14.87 per share, 8% growth, 15.53 per share, 15% growth, 16.74 per share. That's insane. I don't know really many companies that, their future projections are that kind of EPS. Like, I don't even know. I'm sure there are some, but maybe, I don't know. That's crazy. That seems insane. However, Cohen proven leadership, the company's strong retail investor following, and enhanced brand strength post 2021 justify applying a value premium. Applying a 20% premium to account for these qualitative factors results in upside targets. Yeah, you get it. GameStop's insane, potentially. Notably, all adjusted valuations converge around 18% to 21% per share, precisely GameStop's established support range since early 2022. The fact that fundamental value and technical support both point to almost the same range only strengthens the case for this area as a rational entry point. Fair. GameStop versus competitors. While valuation models estimate intrinsic value, they require market context. Markets are comparative by nature, but to understand where GameStop stands, we need to see how it stacks up against Amazon, Best Buy, Walmart, and Target, but also against the broader specialty and general retail sector. Yeah, see, I disagree with Amazon, Walmart, and Target. Those are a little bit too big. But Best Buy, Chewy, smaller companies. But we'll see what they do. We'll see how he does it here. Net margin. GameStop achieved consecutive annual profitability in 2023 and 2024. A notable reversal from previous years, $100 million losses. Its most recent net margin reached 3.43%. That number still falls well short of Amazon's 9.3% margin, which sits in a league of its own. but compared to direct retail peers, GameStop is already holding its ground. Walmart posts a 2.23% net margin, Best Buy 2.85%, and Target comes close at 3.84%. The crucial benchmark, however, remains industry average, while specialty retail companies collectively operate at a 1.49% net margin. General retail performs better at 4.6%, a threshold GameStop is already approaching. This analysis reveals that GameStop's net margin aligns appropriately with its retail positioning. Amazon level performance remains unrealistic, but a sustainable 5% target represents both an achievable goal and meaningful improvement potential. Wait till they post that they bought Bitcoin at 80,000 and they made $2 billion this year. That'll be interesting. Operating margin. GameStop's operating margin remains negative at negative 0.46%, seemingly disappointing until contextualized. From its 2022 historic low, negative 5.96%, the company has engineered a 550 basis point improvement in just 2 years through aggressive expense reduction. My uncle makes a lot being a middleman for security guards, and people need security. Fair. I just wouldn't expect it to be that much. That's a lot, I feel like. But I guess, if they're watching you 24 hours a day, it makes sense. A negative operating margin means the company is not yet producing income from its core operations after accounting for overhead. While it is now close to break even, it has not yet crossed the threshold into sustainable operating profitability. For comparison, other retail peers are comfortably positive. Best Buy, Walmart, and Target each operate with margins in the 4 to 5% range. Specialty retail's average 5.3%, and general retail sits at 5.9%. Amazon once again sits well above the field with a margin of 10.87%. GameStop's margin remains the weakest in the group. If the recent cost discipline continues, break-even could turn into consistent profitability. Price-to-book ratio. The price-to-book ratio measures a company's market valuation relative to its book value. In simple terms, it tells us how much investors are willing to pay for each dollar of net assets. GameStop stands out in this category with a PB ratio of just 2.46, the lowest among its peer group. This is primarily because of its unusually strong balance sheet. As mentioned earlier, GameStop holds around $5 billion in cash and marketable securities, supported by multiple at-the-market offerings that helped raise a substantial amount of capital. Only Target remotely comes close with a PB ratio of 2.86. The remaining peers trade significantly higher. Amazon and Walmart both exceed 8, while specialty retail, including Best Buy, ranges between 5 and 6. General retail as a whole skews toward the upper end of the spectrum. While GameStop's low PB ratio signals relative undervaluation and balance sheet strength, investors should still ask what the company intends to do with all that cash. A cheap multiple is not enough. What matters next is execution. See, I never even knew that, so anyone who says GameStop's overvalued apparently has no clue what they're talking about. I never even knew that. Price to earning ratio, even though I still think, overvalued, undervalued is a matter of opinion, this is an actual data thing that would, prove anyone who says it's overvalued otherwise. Price to earnings ratio. GameStop's current price to earnings ratio stands above 100, surpassing both direct competitors and the combined specialty and general retail industry average. However, after nearly a decade of losses, GameStop returned to profitability in 2023 and 24, rebounding from $700 million deficit to $131 million in net income. Should cost-cutting and margin expansion continue, driving net income to $400 to $450 million at a $28 to $30 share price, its PE ratio would align with Best Buy, Target, and industry norms. This is the nature of turnaround stories. They do not show up on a value screener with textbook metrics, at least not right away. Buying into a business during this phase is not about paying for what it is today, but for what it can become if the recovery continues. That's a banger line. Can we read that one more time? I don't know if you guys heard. I don't know if you guys heard him. I don't know if you heard him. This is the nature of a turnaround story. They do not show up on a value screener with textbook metrics, at least not right away. Buying into a business during this phase is not about paying for what it is today, but for what it can become if the recovery continues. All right? This guy knows what's up. This guy gets it. Price to sales ratio. The price to sales ratio indicates how much the market is willing to pay for each dollar a company brings in. GameStop's current PS ratio stands at 3.17, closely aligning with Amazon's 3.7, but far above its direct retail peers. Best Buy trades at just 0.33, Target at 0.4, and Walmart at 1.13. On a broader scale, the specialty retail sector averages 1.07, while general retail maintains a PS ratio of 2. The explanation is straightforward. GameStop has spent the past few years shuttering unprofitable stores and reducing its physical footprint. Naturally, that means lower overall revenue. When revenue drops but the stock price remains steady, the PS ratio rises. When the revenue drops but the stock price remains steady, the PS ratio rises. From a surface level view, this can create the impression that the company is overvalued. But the market is not paying a premium for the revenue it sees today. It's pricing in future potential. Yep. Return on equity. Return on equity measures how effectively a company uses shareholders' equity to generate profit. ROE, net income, divided by shareholder equity. GameStop's return on equity remains below 5%, which is significantly lower than that of its retail competitors due to a unique capital structure and cautious capital allocation. Most retailers operate with a mix of debt and equity, using leverage to amplify returns on shareholder capital. GameStop, on the other hand, carries no long-term debt. While this improves financial safety, it removes the benefits of leverage that enhance ROE. With equity forming the entire base of its capital structure, GameStop should generate strong net income from its operations alone to lift its ROE, something it has not yet achieved. The company also holds an unusually large cash position relative to its revenue, which is nearly $5 billion in cash and equivalents. The cash earns very modest returns, primarily through bank deposits and money market funds. What's up, Marcelo? I don't know if I've seen that name in here. GME's only stock more than 6 figures in money, not in shares. Nice. This article doesn't make you either buy or buy more. You might be brain dead. This is probably the best GameStop article we've read as far as a bullish one. Or in general. Like, he's not even really... he's not even... Yeah. He's just giving you all the details. I like this, the fundamental analysis here. It's not just some, this line means the stock's going up, and then I got my Fibonacci that says the stock's gonna go up, and I got my RSI that says the stock's gonna go up. Like, I'm glad it's not one of those articles. Like, it's actually giving you legitimate information that is relevant. Not just some nonsense fucking crayon art. Alright, unlock competitors who deploy capital into inventory, store upgrades, or higher yielding investments. GameStop has chosen a conservative strategy. As a result, while the cash inflates the equity base, it does not contribute meaningfully to net income, dragging down the return ratio. Profitability remains another limiting factor. Though the company has made progress in cost-cutting and margin expansion, its bottom line remains thin. Net income has not grown enough to offset the weight of a large equity base, so the company either improves earnings or puts its capital to more productive use. ROE remains low. Well, guess what? ROE is going to go up this year because they're going to post a $50 million profit on the business alone. And then who knows what cash and Bitcoin's going to do. That's going to be interesting. Return on invested capital, ROIC. Returns on invested capital measures how efficiently a company generates operating profit from the capital it controls, including both equity and debt. It reflects the return a business earns on the money it uses to run its operations. ROIC, net operating profit after tax divided by invested capital. GameStop's ROIC remains below 5%, far below the levels posted by other large retailers. Since 2021, the company has recorded negative operating income, which leaves little to no return for the capital it deploys. So the business is not yet producing strong returns from its core activities. Yes, the company remains financially stable and has ample liquidity, but it should improve its operating performance to justify the capital it has tied up in its business. What? I don't think they've tied up really anything into the business, really. Whatever. I mean, this should go up after the Bitcoin purchase, potentially. If I read that right. PEG ratio. The price to earnings growth ratio shows how a company's valuation compares to its expected earnings growth. It helps investors understand whether a stock is overvalued or undervalued relative to its growth rate. GameStop's PEG ratio is exceptionally low at 0.09, compared to much higher ratios for its retail peers. In other words, it means that the company is undervalued relative to its expected growth. Woo! Hey, GameStop's overvalued. This is the second fundamental thing that is kind of pointed towards GameStop being undervalued. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Because the things that like point to GameStop being overvalued, those are going to change within like the next year or two. So it's very interesting. In this case, the market is assigning a very low multiple to GameStop's earnings potential, while analysts expect earnings growth to accelerate in the future. If GameStop meets or exceeds earnings expectations, its PEG will look like a bargain in hindsight. How GameStop stacks up. GameStop's recovery is still a work in progress. Across most traditional financial metrics, the company does not yet stand toe-to-toe with its competitors. However, the bigger picture looks more encouraging. Net margins have returned to positive territory. Balance sheet strength is undeniable, with no debt and a massive cash position. Valuation multiples like price to book and PEG ratios point to meaningful undervaluation relative to growth expectations. Unlike many peers, GameStop is not over-leveraged. It is not trapped by an unsustainable capital structure. Most of the damage was done before 2021. Since then, the business has moved slowly but steadily towards financial health. As Cohen described, GameStop is different. We inherited a bunch of legacy everything and underinvestment across the entire business. People, the entire technology stack, just decades of neglect, and so it's hard to turn around a big brick and mortar retailer that's under the kind of pressure that GameStop was and continues to be under. If the operational improvement continues, if cash is deployed wisely, and if earnings growth materializes as expected, GameStop's current valuation could prove to be a rare opportunity for patient investors. Of course, there are a lot of ifs, but the trend is undeniably heading in the right direction. Yep. The 2021 GameStop rally was not driven by a short squeeze. Oh, you guys better leave. You better leave. You guys better leave. Oh, man. In early 2021, retail investors, especially from communities like Wall Street Bets, began aggressively buying shares and short-dated call options in heavily shorted companies like GameStop, AMC, BlackBerry. The sudden wave of buying pressure drove prices higher and triggered what became known as the meme stock phenomena. Among them, GameStop received the most attention for a few important reasons. First, Michael Burry publicly disclosed a position in... Michael Burry, we gotta talk about him after this. Alright. Disclosed position in GameStop as early as 2019. In a letter to GameStop's board dated August 19, 2019, Burry urged the company to use its excess cash to complete a 300 million share repurchase authorization. At the time, GameStop stock was trading below $4 per share, near all-time lows, and Burry argued that buying back shares could retire over 80% of the company's outstanding stock. He pointed out that GameStop had more cash on hand than its entire market cap, and he criticized management for failing to capitalize on its dominant brand while competitors like Amazon made strategic moves. Second, Cohen brought more than 1/10 of the company through his firm, bought more than 1/10 of the company. His involvement added significant weight to the turnaround narrative. Further, Keith Gill, known as Roaring Kitty, brought GameStop to the mainstream attention of retail investors. I don't know about that. I think Keith was pretty early, and then GameStop happened, and then Keith became popular. Gill turned an initial investment of about $50,000 into nearly $50 million at the peak of the rally. His detailed analysis, relentless public updates, and strong belief in the company helped galvanize a massive wave of small investors to buy and hold. And lastly, among all the meme stocks, GameStop stood out as one that had at least some credible potential to change for the better. The central point to make here, many believe the rally was driven purely by a short squeeze. It was not. To understand why, we need to first look at the short interest. You guys better leave. Short interest measures how many shares of a company have been borrowed and sold short, but not yet covered. It shows the percentage of a company's available shares that investors are betting will go down. Short interest equals number of shares sold short divided by stock float. For companies, short interest sits below 10%. A level exceeding 20% is generally considered unusually high. According to the SEC's official report, while GameStop had extremely high short interest, reaching about 122.97% of its public float in January 2021, short covering accounted for only a small fraction of total buying activity during the price surge. The SEC noted that while some short sellers were forced to cover, the vast majority of the buying pressure came from new long positions initiated by retail investors. Weird. Do you remember how many people used to argue with me about this? This is the first time someone's ever actually agreed with with what I've talked about. Kind of interesting. In fact, the SEC specifically stated, while the price of GameStop did eventually fall, one could ask to what extent a short squeeze lay behind its price increase dynamics. Staff observed that covering short sellers were a small fraction of overall buy volume, and GME share prices continue to be high after the direct effects of covering short positions would have wanted. In other words, the GameStop rally wasn't primarily a mechanical short squeeze. It was mainly driven by positive sentiment and aggressive retail buying that overwhelmed the order book, which is a fundamental difference. The buying was so overwhelming that some brokers, including Robinhood, restricted the ability to buy GameStop shares altogether. The restriction happened because cleaning houses, which guaranteed trade settlement, demanded massive collateral deposits due to the extreme volatility. Brokers like Robinhood did not have enough cash on hand to meet those demands immediately, forcing them to limit buying to reduce their exposure. All right, that's fair enough. See, I thought it was for a different reason. But there you go. It's manipulation. Manipulation. GME short interest, why it still matters. Officially, GameStop short interest has dropped substantially and now hovers around 6 to 7% of the public float, but many shareholders remain deeply skeptical that the reported figure is accurate. One of the concerns is the possibility that short sellers have used complex financial instruments to conceal their true exposure. What's up, Huss? Total return swaps are the one's most discussed methods. Through a TRS, a hedge fund can receive the economic return of shorting stock without directly shorting it itself. Instead, a prime broker carries the short, and the hedge fund enters a swap contract. Oh man, we're getting into swaps now? This is where I end it. No, just kidding. This is where I end it. No, I'm just fucking around. We'll read it. We'll read it. I lost my place. One of the concerns is the possibility that short sellers have used complex financial instruments to conceal their true exposure. Total return swaps are one of the most discussed methods. Through a TRS, a hedge fund can receive the economic return of shorting stock without directly shorting it itself. Instead, a prime broker carries the short, and the hedge fund enters a swap contract. The Archegos collapse in 21 exposed how these structures can hide enormous positions. Archegos built highly concentrated bets across multiple banks using swaps, allowing it to control billions of dollars in stocks without public disclosure. Because the prime brokers technically own the shares and not Archegos, the fund avoided triggering public disclosure requirements like 13F filings or ownership limits. Each broker only saw its own exposure, not realizing that Archegos had built the same position across several institutions. Regulators in the market had no clear view of the fund's true size or risk. In effect, Archegos controlled billions of dollars worth of stock without ever officially owning it. The underlying short or long exposures remained hidden until the position started collapsing. Beyond swaps, deep in the money put options can mask true bearish exposure to GameStop. A deep in the money put has a strike price far above the current share price. The holder of such a contract gains almost the same economic result as shorting the stock directly. However, deep in the money puts do not require disclosure in short interest figures. A fund can build a large bearish position without creating visible short interest. Interesting. Another way to hide short positions is through failures to deliver. An FTD occurs when a seller does not deliver the stock by a settlement date. In a normal market, FTDs appear occasionally without meaning much. But when FTDs rise sharply and persist over long periods, it suggests a possible shortage of real shares or hidden short selling. GameStop recorded unusually high FTD dollar volumes during 2021. Although FTD levels have declined since then, many shareholders believe that elevated failures still hint at underlying problems. Short exposure can also be hidden through vehicles like the Spider S&P Retail ETF XRT, which holds GameStop among its components. Traders can short the entire ETF to apply indirect selling pressure on GameStop without showing up in its GME's individual short interest. Because ETF short interest is reported separately and at the aggregate level, it becomes difficult to track how much downward pressure comes from this route. According to the staff analyst, shorting XRT could have served as an indirect through imperfect way of shorting GME. In fact, staff observed a large spike in net redemptions of nearly 6 million shares in XRT on January 27th, which may be consistent with short selling activity. This redemption activity was generated nearly entirely by ETF market making firms. Interesting. See, I wish people who come in here and like talk about, XRT being short hundreds of percents or whatever, I wish they would talk about stuff like this, because this actually makes sense. The structure of GameStop's daily trading also raises questions. A large share of GME trading takes place away from public exchanges. On many days, more than half of all trading volume moves through dark pools or internalization. I don't know what that means. Dark pools allow large trades to occur away from public view. Routing buy orders into dark pools reduces the price impact that would normally occur on lit exchanges like the NYSE. Retail buying may end up absorbed internally, blunting the natural price reaction. Regulators reviewed dark pool practices after 2021 and did not find a clear wrongdoing, but the fundamental lack of transparency continues to worry many investors. None of these factors alone proves manipulation or concealed shorting, but taken together, they create enough anomalies to raise serious concerns. Too many irregularities surround GameStop's trading history to dismiss them casually. No conclusive evidence has emerged, but if hidden short exposure exists, and GameStop continues strengthening its fundamentals, the risk of a short squeeze remains alive. A large-scale short covering event could drive a meaningful upside, just as it did for Tesla and Strategy, previously MicroStrategy, when both sentiment and fundamentals started turning around. The true scale of hidden short interest remains uncertain. However, if aggregate exposure is anywhere close to historical highs, where over 100% of the float was effectively sold short, the result could be explosive. Historically, short squeezes under similar conditions have delivered more than 10x returns on average. GameStop's Bitcoin reserve strategy. In March 2025, GameStop announced a major update to its investment policy, Bitcoin. Bitcoin would now be treated as a treasury reserve asset. The move placed GameStop among a growing number of companies such as Strategy, Metaplanet, and others who have shifted part of their corporate treasury into Bitcoin to protect against currency debasement and inflation. Just days later, GameStop completed a 0% convertible senior note offering, raising $1.48 billion in net proceeds. The timing strongly implied that the new capital would serve as a primary funding source for Bitcoin acquisitions rather than dipping into the company's existing cash reserves. At the time of the announcement, GameStop already held approximately $5 billion in cash and marketable securities. It is unlikely that GameStop will allocate its core reserves to Bitcoin. Instead, it's far more plausible that the company will continue to use existing cash for operational needs and use newly raised funds through convertible offerings to build its Bitcoin position. I hope they use the cash to buy. At least keep like a billion or two, but they should, out of all the money they made in the at the monies, they should have put that in Bitcoin. Or, well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what they do. The company has authorized up to 1 billion shares outstanding, but the current count remains at 447 million. Assuming GameStop's share price remains relatively stable at around $30, and assuming the company continues to issue approximately 50 million shares per year through additional convertible offerings, the total proceeds could reach roughly 13.5 billion over several years. Given the history of other companies that have pursued the same strategy, it is unlikely that GameStop's share price will stay around $30. But even if the price moves higher, the total proceeds raised would still likely match our estimates. Companies like Strategy were not able to raise that much at the beginning of their Bitcoin strategy, but the environment is different today. Liquidity is much deeper, and there's a much larger pool of investors ready to back GameStop. Well, and Bitcoin. There's posts that spell that stuff out. Well, I don't look through Reddit. Very rare. 30% after annoying Bitcoin buy. That'd be funny. Who's Michael? I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, Michael Burry. Michael Burry. Yeah. He's if you've ever seen the movie The Big Short, it's about Michael Burry. Well, it's not about Michael Burry, but he's one of the characters in the show or in the movie. GameStop and Bitcoin price prediction. The key takeaway is that if shares rise, the total float will shrink, driving the per share valuation even higher than our current predictions. To maintain simplicity and conservative approach, we've modeled 3 scenarios for 2032, 1 billion, 900 million, and 800 million shares outstanding in the bear, base, and bull cases, respectively. The bear case is 500,000 by 2032? That's interesting. I don't like people's price valuations. So the bear case, fair value per share is $21. And the most bullish case is 372. I found that bear case interesting. Yeah, I don't know. If you're bearish, I don't know if you'd be thinking Bitcoin was going to 500,000, but I guess that, that is 7 years from now. So 7 years from now, the worst case scenario, I guess. I don't know if I agree with that, but $21, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this. Let's see how he broke it down. We use Bitcoin price targets of 500,000, 1 million, and 1.5 million for the bear base and bull cases. Respectively, these figures align with projections covered extensively in our strategy report on Bitcoin's power law growth model. If we assume that GameStop accumulates Bitcoin by purchasing at the midpoint of the Bitcoin power law channel each year, Then by 2032, it would hold approximately 68,645 bitcoins. Under these assumptions, GameStop's Bitcoin holdings would be valued at approximately bear case 25 billion, base case 70 billion, bull case 150 billion. Are they really going to raise that much Bitcoin? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if I agree with these, but whatever. When combining the projected value of Bitcoin holdings, the estimated intrinsic value of GameStop's core business, the future repayment obligations from convertible debt, and the diluted number of shares, we arrive at the following fair value targets: bear case 21, base case 74, bull case 185. However, it's important to consider that most companies adopting a Bitcoin reserve strategy tend to trade at a premium to their net asset value. If we assume 50% NAV premium and 100% NAV premium, the projected share prices for GameStop under different scenarios would range between approximately $34 and $372. Oh man, could you imagine? If it goes at $372, shit. I'm buying a boat. Just kidding. Conclusion. GameStop's story is often misunderstood because it does not fit into any traditional corporate blueprint. Yep, I agree. It is neither a clean growth story nor a textbook turnaround, yet the company has made undeniable progress. I agree. Well, and we'll see. I mean, if you have a $500,000 Bitcoin target as your bear case, I don't think we're going to lose. So, under Ryan Cohen's leadership, GameStop shed the legacy of poor management, eliminated debt, cut bloated costs, rationalized its store base, and rebuilt margins from the ground up. Operational performance has steadily improved, even as revenue shrank. A company once dismissed as dead now operates at a position of financial strength, with billions in cash and no long-term debt. At the same time, GameStop has diversified its business beyond traditional physical gaming into collectibles, PC hardware, and broader geek culture retail. It has invested in logistics, modernized its e-commerce platform, and rebuilt customer loyalty through its Pro membership program. None of these changes were easy, and none happened overnight. They were the result of consistent execution and a commitment to long-term strategy. The Bitcoin reserve strategy represents another potential evolution. Whether or not Bitcoin exposure becomes a major driver of value, the fact that GameStop is willing to think asymmetrically, to make bold strategic moves at a time when most companies are defensive, tells us something about the leadership's mindset. Meanwhile, questions about hidden short interest remained unresolved. No conclusive evidence has surfaced, but the unusual patterns around GameStop's trading activity could continue to raise valid concerns. Should GameStop's fundamentals continue strengthening, and should any hidden short exposure still exist, the risk of a future short squeeze remains alive. In short, GameStop today is a company with real assets, real strategic progress, real leadership commitment, and a real upside potential. It is no longer just a meme stock or a nostalgic relic. While the turnaround is not yet complete, the foundations have been laid. An asymmetric bet where the downside appears to be limited by balance sheet strength, and the upside could be shaped by multiple independent catalysts converging at once. Woo! Damn, that's a good ass article. Can we leave that last part one more time? An asymmetrical bet. Asymmetrical bet where downside appears limited by the balance sheet strength, and the upside could be shaped by multiple independent catalysts converging at once. You guys don't, bro. I need to go to the bathroom. They don't get it, bro. They don't get it. $150 bill Bitcoin. 372. I'm buying my brother a little dinghy so he can boat around the canal. Would be great. I want a cold beer while fishing. Ever a meme stock. The asymmetric part, yep. Well, most people don't see the bet part. Most people don't see the bet part. Most people see a stock and they see daily price movement. I think I asked someone about this yesterday in the Whatnot stream. Someone in my Whatnot stream came in and he's like, I sold out of GameStop, and I asked him why. And he just, it's because of price action, basically. It's about price action. Most people can't handle the price action, where it's like, when you place a sports bet, there's no price action on a sports bet. I mean, there kind of is. There kind of is price action on a sports bet. But in reality, you know, it's either you win or lose. And I think, you know, that's the best way to look at stocks. Maybe, you know, maybe not fully, but at least this scenario. In this scenario, I don't look at GameStop like a stock. It's, you know, it's a bet. It's a very, you know, asymmetric bet where downside appears limited by balance sheet strength and the upside can be shaped by multiple independent. Like this last sentence right here, that pretty much sums up GameStop for me. Very, this is a very strong sentence right here for anyone who understands professional gambling. How most people not seeing the bet part. I just mean most people just see the, you know, the stock daily price action. They saw it went from $10 to 60 and they think it squeezed, you know. And then, you know, it went from $60 back to 19 and hasn't moved for a whole year basically. Like a lot of people just see the price action. You know, they see GameStop dying retail, you know. They see GameStop the stock. They don't, it's just different. Betting and trading, they're very different in a lot of ways. Very similar, very different. But if you can combine them together, it's a interesting way to look at you know, just stocks. If you look at it like a sports bet. I'm actually proud of myself. Most red I ever saw, and I survived not selling. Let's go. And you bought a lot at the dip, too. Something I believe in. Didn't see KCR's message, my bad. Makes no sense selling something I believe in, yep. And that's also, you know, another issue, is most people don't believe in stocks. They just get told to, I think we've talked about this before, you know. Most people just hear what they hear from either their parents or the internet. You invest in stocks into your future. You can retire one day. Like personally, I don't look at stocks like that. So, you know, that's how a lot of people look at stocks though. So when that's your mentality and you're buying something like this and it goes down 30%, you're probably not holding it. But yeah. As far as Michael Burry, I thought it was interesting how he sold everything except Estee Lauder or whatever. But then he has a bunch of fucking puts on the market. Like Michael Burry's bearish on the market right now, which is very interesting. It's interesting that he's betting on Estee Lauder too, because to me that looks like trash. So it's kind of weird. Kind of weird how he's so bearish on the market and then betting on this. I don't know. He knows something I don't, potentially, I'm sure. He apparently doubled down, yeah. And he opened all these new put positions. The Estee Lauder position, whatever, like, I don't really care about that. What's really interesting is how he sold everything and bought all these puts. Like, that's interesting. And it's on China, Nvidia. It's mostly on China stocks. It's interesting. Very interesting. I don't know what it means. I don't know, but it's something. It's something. What does it all mean? Michael Casper. What's up, Michael Casper? Put my chips on Matt. That's funny. If I had more money, I'd be crushing. It's all good, bro. Be happy you have any. A lot of people don't have anything. What's up, Michael Casper? China stocks getting delisted? I don't think so. I remember you bringing that in here one time and we looked it up. I think it was an old article and yeah, I don't know. I don't think so though. Dude, I have like crazy like suntan line on my head. What the hell? I just barely noticed that shit. That shit is bad. I need to cut my hair. Estee Lauder had a big contract for a new building months ago with a friend of mine that works in a construction company. They canceled out of that a month ago and they were laying off people. Doesn't mean a thing, just a story. Well, if you go look at the financials of Estee Lauder, they're shit. Like, I don't know why he's betting on that. I mean, he's probably, just betting on a turnaround, but where the hell's... There it is. Like, they lost so much money last year. If I remember right. I know. They didn't lose money, but they went from making, 2.4 billion to only 1 billion and then 400 million. So I guess he's betting that they're going to start making billions again. I thought they were negative, but I guess not. The earnings are slowly going down. So I guess I see why he's betting on this. But what is he going to do? What's going to happen if they post negative earnings next year or this year? I don't know. And they're definitely on that trajectory to post negative earnings. Wouldn't that be sad if I was a better balance sheet reader than Michael Burry? That'd be sad. That'd be sad. That would be pretty sad. Okay. It's 11. I'm going to read these 2 Twitch articles. And then, honestly, might take a halftime break. I kind of want to take a shower. I didn't shower before I started the stream, so. And it's a good little halftime break thing. Twitch ad revenue at all-time lows. His top streamers use Kick too. Keep streaming though. Yeah, I'll keep the stream up. I'll just throw Roaring Kitty up or something. I'm only buying and holding GME every time I have free money. Don't care about MOAS because I won't sell a single share below $1,200. Damn, 1,200? That's a tough ass price target, bro. That's a tough ass price target. That's crazy. SEC filing, all the big institutes are buying GME because it's the most undervalued stock in the entire market. I agree. I agree with that, Marcelo. Shower hour is the new power hour. Nah, it's yesterday was just nice. It was nice taking that little like 30-40 minute break and then coming back strong on the Whatnot stream. Like that shit was tough, bro. Or I don't know if tough's the right word, but it just felt better. Like that Whatnot stream was epic. Bro, that's all I can think about is fucking Whatnot. Last night I was just watching Whatnot streams and I just like that's literally all I can think about right now is Whatnot. I'm like, bro, how do I get like just endless amounts of fucking Pokemon cards? How do I get it? How do I find endless amount of slabs so I can just sit on Whatnot all fucking day and sell shit? Whatnot streams are addictive. They're just so interesting to me. I don't even care about buying stuff. I'm just like, I love selling stuff. And that is the most interesting app I've ever seen in my life. My share is gonna get gifted to my grandkids. I ain't ever gonna sell. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if it goes up enough, you can just get a loan from your shares and then it doesn't even matter. You make money, figure out a way to get inventory. I bought a couple slabs that were like less than $15. I've kind of estimated if I can keep my if on the cheaper slabs, I can keep the cost below like $13. I'll be able to make at least like $1 to a slab, depending how much people bid it. But I need to try to find good deals on like better slabs, I think, so people will bid like a $40-$50 slab and maybe I could get it for like 20 or 30 or something. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get inventory. But I made, the sales were 330, I think. So I made, and then after shipping and fees, I made 250. So I lost like $60 technically because I overpaid for a lot of those slabs that you guys bid on. So I lost $60, but I get the earnings match from Whatnot. So technically I made $90 or $100, something like that. But yeah, selling the stuff, I lost $60. But it was a good experience and that was fun. And I got 25 followers from one stream. I feel like that's a lot. That's a lot for one stream. I feel like, I don't know. Kind of, and it was fun. It was a good time. So worth it in my eyes, I think. Michael Burry has lots of money and still taking high stakes bets. I respect that, although I don't know if it's wisdom to do it that way. He's probably just in it for the love of the game, and Burry's more of like a trader, it seems like these days, than an investor. Probably, I mean, that'll be me if I ever get rich as fuck. I'm still gonna be in the markets. If you truly love this shit, getting rich isn't gonna stop you from continuing it. I mean, that goes with anything. Like you start a business or anything. Like if you love what you're doing, no amount of money is gonna make you stop. Maybe, but then I would argue you didn't truly love what you do if a certain amount of money would make you stop doing that thing. I'm glad it's not a bad time. I hope you keep pursuing it. Yeah, I want to. I'm going to try to find more stuff for sure. I don't care about losing money. Like, to do something like that, an experiment and learn something new, I would have been cool if I lost $150. Like, I didn't care. I'm just glad we got the opportunity, and I got to witness and experience what a Whatnot stream actually is. For some random person to just start one It's very interesting. Who says those slabs sell at market price anyways? Yeah, most of them don't. Like that Toxtricity Muma got, I think that went for like $18, and that's probably, out of all those cards, was probably the best one for, you know, future value and current value. So, yeah, you know, in a lot of ways, it doesn't even matter what you buy. Although I did see a stream last night, they were bidding like crazy things that were going for like thousands of dollars, and they were doing like sudden death auctions on like $1,000 cards and shit. I was like, damn, these guys are G's. Those guys are G's. They're doing it right, because they're probably getting those, you know, $1,000 cards for half the price, and then, you know, they sell it for like 5-10% margin or something. I got like 2 that was 50% off. Cordell got the best whatnots. Yeah, you got some fire picks, bro. You got way fire picks. Out of anyone, I feel like you got the best picks. I feel like you potentially maybe overpaid for the Charizard a little bit, but overall, you definitely got the best picks. Packing singles sucks. Like if I was only doing singles, it wouldn't be that bad because you would just throw them in envelopes. But when you're trying to pack a single with a slab, oh, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. So hopefully your singles come through okay. Hopefully they come through okay. I think I accidentally gave you an extra one because I had one that I didn't bid on. So I think I gave you an extra one. Definitely got to do more than just slab bids. I think the singles are honestly better. I can see why majority of people on there are doing singles. You just can make so much more because the shipping's so cheap. Like you can literally sell singles for like, as long as you're making, you know, at least $3, you're relatively decently profitable. I think even if it goes for 2, like you're still profitable. Because let's see, $2 times 13%. Whoops. 2 times 13%. So 0.26. So that's 175 minus the shipping. So yeah, at $2, you're still making like 80-90 cents a card, potentially. Because you plus 0.97, which is the shipping rate, 123 minus $2. So yeah, you'd be making about 77 cents a single, selling them at $2. You look like you were having a blast. Oh yeah, bro. I love selling things. I love streaming and I love selling things. So that was like, I gotta find more stuff to sell, bro. I gotta do more whatnot streams. I want to sell more shit. I wish I had more shit. I don't really have anything. I told my fucking roommate to do whatnot because he has like so much shit. Crazy. I was like, bro, you could literally make like 10 grand in a fucking day. That's like not even capping. I told him that, and I doubt he's gonna do it. But like, if I was him, I would literally be sitting on whatnot for the next like month, all day, every day, just selling everything. Like I would make 100 racks real quick if I was that fucking kid. But most people don't view the world how I view it, unfortunately. That was long, my friend. I ain't never been on a whatnot. Charizard's supposed to double soon? Really? Interesting. Should alive where you're at your local card shop sifting through their loose binders to find inventory to sell. I mean, they do have. I don't know if I would do a live doing that, but I will definitely go look through their loose cards because a lot of them are like 50 cents. And if you can get like an EX for 50 cents or something, someone might buy it on Whatnot for like $2 or $3. Oh, yeah, I guess you have to factor in the price of the card. So, 77 cents. If you pay 50 cents for the card, you're only making 20 cents a card. So you definitely got to find a good deal or find a card that's going to go for more than $2. Hopefully. Do Whatnot today, sell those Kleenex. Everyone wanted the Kleenex for some reason. That shit was weird. A lot of people wanted the Kleenex. Everyone. My favorite part is how you became the auctioneer. Oh, that was my favorite part too. That should have made it so fun. That made it so fun. Ditto transformation plushies at Pokemon Center. We got $28, $28. We got $28.75, $28.75. Can we get $27.76, $28.76? Can we get $28.76? We only got $28.75. We got $28.75. Can we get $28.76? $28.75. $28.74. $28.74. $28.74. Can we get $28.75? $28.75. We're at $28.74. Yeah, I was born to be an auctioneer. Still waiting for the hat sale. I thought about putting the hat in your box, but I like my hat, so I'm sorry I didn't put the hat in your box. I bet someone trying to sell their collection on Facebook Marketplace and you could try to haggle them down. I think we looked one day, didn't we? I would cry. The thought counts. All right, good. I was going to, but I can't help it. I like that hat. I would just go and buy another one. At least I thought about it, I guess. I'll have to look on Facebook Marketplace. I just plugged in the other phone. I got 2 phones. Pokemon Center needs to chill with the lines for plushies. They always sell someone selling something because they want or need money. The ones to haggle, they want to move on to the next thing. My thing with slabs I've seen is a lot of people are selling their bulk slabs, but they're trying to sell them at cost. And, that doesn't work. What up, man? Just finally upgraded PS5 Pro before Sony raises the price, or supposedly. Nice, Brian. Let's go. Let's go, bro. You like it? Was the upgrade worth it, do you think? Alright, Twitch's ad revenue is apparently at an all-time low, according to streamers Knut and Mizkif, with Knut using Kick to make up some of the difference. Successful content creators have plenty of different revenue streams, but the majority of streamers rely on Twitch subscriptions and ad revenue. Both fluctuate quite a bit, which can cause a fair few down months for creators. We've seen this in the past, most notably with YouTube's Adpocalypse in 2017, as advertisers wanted to shift towards family-friendly content. It happened again in 2019 too. Major brands like Disney, Epic Games, and Nestle pulling advertising on the site for a significant period. In the last few months, a number of big companies have reportedly walked away from Twitch as well. Chevron confirmed they pulled advertising and issued a statement condemning hurtful comments made at TwitchCon panel. Some streamers have feared an adpocalypse on the Amazon-owned platform, and according to Knut, advertiser revenue has dropped to an all-time low for some streamers. Ad revenue is an all-time low, the Norwegian streamer said. It's not down to 0. This is a little bit overdone. This is a little bit exaggerated. It isn't cut down 10%, but it is down. I talked to Mizkif about it yesterday as well, and he said he looked at his, and when he saw his dashboard, his ad revenue compared to before is so shit. But it's good we have Kick as well that can help us. Both Kick and Twitch have allowed multi-streaming. However, doing so will limit revenue you can make on the stake-backed platform. There's also an issue of splitting your community across different locations. You may lose viewers if you abandon one specific platform, thus losing out on revenue. Twitch makes Partner Plus much easier to get, but for one group of streamers. Twitch is making it easier for one group of streamers to have Partner Plus status on the Amazon-owned platform after complaints. Attaining partner status on Twitch opens up a world of possibilities for streamers. Being a Twitch partner means you are able to get subscribers, access Twitch ad deals, and make money off bounty boards. The requirement for becoming a partner has been tweaked a little over the years, but it is all about being consistent in your streaming, building a fan base, and dedicating yourself to Twitch. Partner Plus allows streamers to get higher cut of the sub split, but it can be tricky when you're starting out. Now for Latin American streamers, Twitch is making things much easier on that front. That's right, Twitch is now making it easier for Latin American streamers to gain Partner Plus status, having the points required to do so on Level 1. Level 1, the 60-40 revenue share level, will now be attainable with 50 plus points for 3 consecutive months. This is down from the previous requirement of 100 plus points. Level 2, the 70-30 revenue share level, requires 200 plus points for 3 consecutive months. This is down from 300 plus points. The data we have tells us the cultural nuances and economic realities in LATAM have made it difficult for creators of similar size to meet Plus program requirements compared to those in other regions. Given this, we see an opportunity to better support creators in Latin America by making higher revenue shares more accessible, Twitch said. Naturally, the change was welcomed by plenty of streamers. The Amazon-owned platform noted that they are committed to making more improvements that benefit our global creator community going forward, with creators from the United States and Europe asking if they'll have requirements reconsidered as well. Okay. It's whatever. I was hoping for GTA 6 to come out this year, but it got delayed. Did buy it from GameStop to help support the business. Nice. Nice. Amped up on Switch 2. Yeah, doesn't that come out in like 3 weeks or something? Only issue is games freezing co-op. Also wanted to get Switch 2, but I discussed with my wife, and we can only really afford one entertainment system at the moment. Yeah, that's fair. Switch 2 games are going to be so expensive too, though. So it's like, I don't know. You got to be committed to that Switch. Next-gen console's all you need. Maybe get OLED version later down the road for Switch 2. That'd be a good idea. Get the handheld. Ditch the wife. She does make good egg rolls. Hard to pass that. Nah, keep the wife. Keep the wife. That's fucking funny. AI robots start making those. No, wait. I gotta go on Marketplace for this. Hmm. Oh, this guy's selling $10 slabs. Mm. This guy's got a bunch of tag slabs. I'm gonna message him. How much if I buy all Alright. Maybe it'll be a little easier than I thought, potentially. There's a lot of slabs on here. A lot of slabs on there. If it costs like 30K annually for a wife and an AI robot will cost me a one-time payment of that, I don't know. That's a fair point. It's a fair cost analysis right there. Everything's dumping. Is that what's happening? Is that what's going on? Bitcoin's still at all-time highs. Yeah, the market's down 1%. Treasury yields are pushing. Semlar's still up. Honestly, I was surprised on how cheap I thought it was gonna be in terms of AI. Be nice to the ladies. No. I don't want to be nice to the ladies. They're not nice to me. I'm getting an AI robot. I'm getting an AI robot. AI robot would be more loyal. Potentially. Alright, I'll stop. I'll stop. We'll go back to articles. I'll stop. Alright. 10.4 billion Bitcoin firm Unchained announces first regulated Bitcoin native trust company. Today, the state of Wyoming has officially chartered Gannett Trust Company, the first Bitcoin native trust company in the United States. According to a press release sent to Bitcoin Magazine, backed by Unchained, a leader in Bitcoin financial services, Gannett Trust is purpose-built to serve individuals, family offices, and businesses integrating Bitcoin into estate and inheritance plans, investment portfolios, trusts, and treasury strategies. Launch of Gannett Trust directly addressing a growing need for secure, compliant Bitcoin native solutions for long-term wealth management. Estimates say around 3.7 million Bitcoin are maybe lost forever, largely due to poor planning and the absence of trusted custodial tools. Gannett Trust seeks to prevent future loss by offering a suite of fiduciary services tailored to the unique needs of Bitcoin holders. Gannett Trust will offer both qualified custody and non-custodial configurations, enabling clients to manage, protect, and transfer their Bitcoin with confidence. Gannett Trust advances Unchained's long-term vision of building a durable foundation for multi-generational Bitcoin wealth. Bitcoin is becoming a pillar of long-term wealth, said CEO of Unchained. With Gannett Trust, we're combining the regulatory clarity of a trust company with the proven security of Unchained's collaborative custody. A major step forward for Bitcoin is a generational asset that holders have been waiting for. Prioritizing sovereignty, control, compliance, Gannett Trust aims to equip families and businesses with clear, tax-optimized strategies tailored to every aspect of Bitcoin-based planning and wealth management. Most trust companies don't understand Bitcoin, and most crypto custodians don't offer true fiduciary services. Gannett Trust bridges the gap, giving existing Bitcoin holders and those interested in allocating Bitcoin a path to protect and grow their legacy. With the launch of Gannett Trust, Unchained adds another layer to its Bitcoin native infrastructure, contributing to the development of institutional tools designed to support the long-term custody and management of Bitcoin wealth. Okay, I'm gonna go shower, so I'll throw up Roaring Kitty for you. This little cat, this talking cat. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a cat talk before, but you're about to. You're about to see a cat talk. I don't know what video we're gonna watch. Where we go, nobody knows. We're gonna watch one though. Where I clicked on one. We're going to this one. Alright. Holy. I think we've watched this one before, but...
welcome! Cheers, everybody, huh? You gotta celebrate on the updates. You get them so rarely, although a little bit more frequently these days, huh? Believe me, much more frequently these days than the past days. So you gotta celebrate. I know I was having some laughs, too, on Twitter. What do you gotta do? You just gotta have a laugh about it. Obviously, the shit is just getting started, if at all. Not actually taking victory laps, but you gotta have some laughs about it. Again, maybe I think the people who've been invested in GameStop for a long time, they would understand. If you're new to GameStop, maybe this is no big deal, but it's kind of funny. And then you had to, oh, I didn't even pull up the chart. Let me pull that up actually. Yeah, let's see what. So I mean, what this is an interesting day, right? I mean, there's a couple of things to know. Cheers, Ming. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. There's a number of takeaways from today, right? And I don't have, I tweeted it. So, who else we got? Devin, welcome. And Daily, cheers, welcome back. Daily, was it you who mentioned that there were so few people on the stream last month? I told my wife that we were having a laugh. And the person who joined last time too and asked if this was advice. That's my type of humor. I thought that was funny too. Not advice, educational, blah, blah, blah. But I thought today was interesting because, so you may have seen on, so I tweeted this too, the two upgrades. And I was joking about that in my tweet where this is reflexivity, you know what I mean? And then people were talking about this, but we analyzed the quarterly conference call on Wednesday during the live stream. We did it. And our takeaway was, this is okay, this is good. It's a little bit more difficult to predict the market's immediate reaction. I had mentioned how I lean bullish. So that's always tough, that one-day reaction. As it turned out, it looked like people were betting on a bit of a short squeeze. But the release itself, the bull thesis was fully intact. So then you give it a little bit of time to digest the market, digest the news, and here we are. We're a week later, and we got more bullish news. You know what I mean? These upgrades are positive. And who was it? It was let's see. So what was it? Up 11. I saw it was up pre-market. So you had Jeffries and Telsey, and Telsey's talking about $10. Telsey talking, and the $10. Right now I feel as though it's already started the breakout. Right? We've talked about that, but the $10 range. You got someone mentioning $10. People start talking. They start chatting about this. And this is why, at least partially, why you had a big update today. But the other thing to bear in mind is that these types of moves for any particular stock, they don't happen in a vacuum, right? There's other things that are happening where, for example, today, the Roaring Kitty portfolio generally did well. A lot of value stocks caught a bid today. And so you can't look at this stuff in a vacuum. There's other stuff going on besides GME. So if you're I talk about that during the stream. If you're too laser focused on one particular stock, you might miss the bigger picture. And in this case, there were other stuff happening too, and it helped act as a little bit of a tailwind for GME. But that said, to also have the two upgrades, obviously that's going to lead to a good move up. And it slowed down a little bit midday, and then it picked up. Also, this is just one day, right? It's just one day, but the important thing to be watching right now is the price action. See what it does. See how it unfolds the next couple of days, the next couple of weeks. You really, if you're a bull, okay, if you're short, if you're short, you're gonna be a little bit nervous today, don't you? You saw it like peeking its head above, like that kitty, peeking its head above 7, like looking over, and but if you're a bull, you want it to stay in this range up here. And if I back out to the weekly, someone commented on the chart on Twitter, and I said, hey, take a look at the long chart. Like, how do you see this long chart and not think, this is looking up, this is looking up? And so right now, we're just watching the price action and also looking for filings, right? Any updated filings related to major shareholders or a new shareholder even. Other than that, what the hell else is there to do? I forgot about upgrades, you know what I mean? Like upgrades, that's par for the course. And so I was joking on Twitter, the whole reflexivity, right? But this is what happens, and then everyone starts viewing stuff more positively. You know what I mean? You just stay the course, and even if it's not gangbusters, this sentiment starts to change. It compounds, and then people will talk about the upgrades, blah 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 blah. Well, let's see what it does. Again, we're just is one damn day, and there was other stuff going on today too, which we'll check. Well, maybe we should check the dashboard today. I know we're always focusing on GameStop. Who else we got? Daily. Oh, it was Dale. Thank you, Daily. Thank you. That was Dale. I get the names mixed up. Love seeing your following growing. Thank you, Daily. I appreciate it. Also, yeah, it was either Daily or Dale, or I forget. Someone pointed out that the channel reached 100 followers. So cheers to that. And I didn't realize this, but the 100 follower mark is important because I was able to rename the channel. So it's the Roaring Kitty channel now. Like I can in the URL. It's in the Twitter. It's in the Twitter. But in the Twitter. How old am I, right? In the Twitter. Come on, jeez. But I thought that was kind of fun. So the 100 mark. Who knew? I don't even know. That's great. Musical Felony, welcome Musical Felony. I felt like the news was so fitting for your live stream. Perfect time. I know, right? So Musical, I agree. Like it's been a couple of weeks like this, right? And so I've been having fun. I've renamed the streams and everything like that. Again, for people who don't know, we analyze other stocks besides GameStop, but legit, it's been the focus of this month because there's a lot happening. There's a lot unfolding. People are interested in it, myself included. You can see it's an oversized position in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, and it's been perfect timing for the stream. It's like we get the news. Well, today it was the news was released early in the day, but even still, it's like a news was released, and they were like, sick, we got a stream tonight. And there's not much to research today, but on the days that there is research to be done, like the quarterly release or Ryan Cohen filing, that's perfect timing because I got to do that research anyway. Maybe you do too, so it's great. Ming, guys, the shorts borrowing is now 35.2%. Cheers, Ming. Let's pull that up. Let me just see here. What is that? The one, the after hours? Oh, yeah, I pulled up that one. I thought that was in that article. It was interesting, too. Let me just see. After hours. What do I want? The borrow rate. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. 30. Is this where you get it too, Ming? This is where I get it. This is based. It's based on what's it called? Interactive Brokers, I think. I don't know how reflective it is of the whole industry, that short interest, but it's a good enough. It's something you can keep an eye on. So yeah, that's creeping up. So it's more importantly the trend. So if you check out this trend, you scroll down. This is roughly that borrow rate, what it costs to short. You can see, what is it? 1 week. Yeah, September 8th. What is it now? September 4th. So 6 days about, but you can see it creeping up. 23, 24. I can zoom in too. There we go. 26. And then it's even getting more today. Again, some people go, oh, the rates rising, so it's a short squeeze. Like, I don't think that. I check it. It was over 100% in like April. It wasn't like over 100%. I don't know. I don't know the historical data. Oh, here it is. We got it. Look at this. Wait, what is this? I don't even know what this is. Is that the fee back then? 43%. There you go. So the fee was 44%. There you go. Fee 95.7% back in March 2020. March 23rd, 2020. That was the low for the S&P 500. Look at that. I never put two and two together. Oh, interesting. And how about this? What date was this? March 20th, 97%. So look at that. So you know what I mean? There was no short squeeze. It got bid up a little bit because of the Burry news, but just something to bear in mind, Ming. But I agree it's noteworthy. That's why I got it bookmarked. I'm checking it out too, Ming. Smash JT, really enjoying your energy and takes. Keep up the good work, man. Cheers, Smash. Welcome. Thanks for the comments too. I saw you had a GameStop video. Harsh Patel, I couldn't believe only a $1 analyst upgrade because the stock to go up 10%. I was like, let me search. Maybe something happened too. Yeah. What'd they up it to? From 7 to 8 and from 9 to 10. These upgrades tend to happen slowly. So for example, what's the chart I write down? So what's today? So this was September 14th, roughly, that they made the change from 7 to 8. And now, of course, it hit 8, 2 weeks ago now? I should have two different charts here. When was that? Oh, yeah, about 2 weeks ago, right? So it got up there. So then they're slow to upgrade. Then what could easily happen is it goes to 12, 13, 14, and then they upgrade to 10. Sometimes they're a little bit slow moving. It's interesting. Telsey's actually, I don't know Telsey that well. They were kind of ahead of the curve. They were at 9. I don't remember. I don't track these analysts. So I don't track these analysts things that closely. If someone asks me like, oh, what do you think it's going? What's your price target? I don't have much of a price target really. And so these precise they're doing their best. They're doing like weighted average outcomes. And you got to respect anyone who's at least attempting to do that because it's super, super difficult to do that. But even still, like, I think a lot of people would agree this is a bit of a binary outcome. Probably not necessarily, but I lean toward that. Where, I mean, people think it was potentially a 0, which I don't agree with, or it could have quite a bit more upside. Not necessarily, but that's how a lot of people have been viewing it, and me to a degree too. So it's probably not 10. It's probably either 15, 20, or 0 in theory. Now, I think 0 is highly, highly unlikely, right? So, but what they'll do is they'll upgrade along the way up, doing their best to update their models. But what happens is the market sniffs this stuff out. The market gets ahead of things, and it's not so much These are, what would you call, trailing indicators. And except for Telsey's a little bit ahead because they said 10. I don't know how if they usually stick their neck out like this, but I don't really consider 10 sticking their neck out that much. But nevertheless, like, they're probably the highest. They're probably the highest. But this is going to get people's attention. So remember that tweet that I had? I don't know, what was that tweet? Let me get it up here. Here, let me bring this over. I should have just done it right there. Let me go do. This tweet here. This is important because when you're thinking about the upgrades, all the stuff right here. It was this tweet. Now part of the reason I've been tweeting this stuff is I'm taking notes. You know how we sometimes take notes? I mean, we haven't been taking that many notes when we're doing the research, but I take notes so we can revisit this and you know what was going through your mind. I've been trying to use Twitter for this, where I take the notes and I'll do some analysis and let me document what exactly was going through my mind, why I think that there might be a little bit of a bullish take. So I listed a whole bunch of items. Hey, notification. All right. Cheers if someone just did that. And so there's some items here. This is marginal analysis. If hopefully you've seen the other GameStop videos that I have. That's there's right there too. I always include that so people can check it out. But like now there's additional things. Like now the upgrades are happening, and this is what I mean. It's setting up like a bullish backdrop. You know what I mean? And that's why I keep on leaning toward. You got to be a little bit nervous if you're short. Maybe there's be some shorts on the stream tonight, but when you see all this stuff, I don't know. It doesn't. Again, the level of short interest, right? Not so much the short interest itself. So here's another thing: the upgrades, because other people will see that it will hit their radar. New 52-week high, and the volume's crushing it. And if this is just one day of an uptick for value, I don't even look at everything yet. I think there was an uptick in value, but if you do get a tailwind, with value stocks, which I don't think it's not my base case, but I definitely mentioned that in a recent stream, where sometimes people will be like, well, what's the fundamental event? What's the catalyst that's going to drive the price upward? I'm telling you, it's happened so many times. Sometimes you don't need shit to happen. You need time passes, and you get closer to what people might perceive a catalyst as the console refresh, even though it's been. Well, everyone knows the new consoles are coming out, but just getting closer to it. And then this stuff type of happens. Like you could get to, this isn't a forecast, right? No forecast here, but you could get to $10 with there could be no more. Oh, did we get any filings after hours? Let me just check that. I've been checking. You've been checking? Nothing. Okay. You could get no filings for a month for the rest of September, and this price could get to 10 just because of that evolving sentiment for whatever reason that's going through people's head. The chart. Like I mentioned, someone tweeted about the chart today. And upgrades, and then I think it is very, very heavy short interest though. So what is it, 118%, 119%? So with such a heavy short interest, it's gonna take a lot. It's not a typical like just because you get an upgrade, it's gonna go up 100%. I think that's unlikely because this bearish sentiment is so heavy, and the short interest as a percentage of the float is a reflection of that. You're going to need a little bit more, but even that said, it could just grind higher. Do you remember the market in 2017 just grinding higher, grinding higher? Painful for a lot of people, I'm sure, because you're betting on volatility or something. And but this could just like grind higher just because people are digesting the news over time, and it takes, sometimes it's not immediate. But it's interesting to me, and this is why we're watching the price actions, because the market's immediate reaction on Thursday was sell it off, get rid of it, right? Get rid of it. And even though we were like, yeah, this looks okay, this looks good, and the only one that should really be alarming is shorts. And I think this still holds true 2 days later, 3 days later. It's no time. Again, if the stock gets down to $5 next week, that will change the discussion a little bit. That's what I mean. This technical analysis is a bit marginal, but sometimes it kind of drives the story a little bit. It does. I'll say I haven't seen too many technical analysts talking about it yet, which is kind of surprising to me because things have looked good for about a week or 10 days, in my opinion, plus the Ryan Cohen story a couple weeks prior. So I still feel like not that many people. We got people on the stream, like we're tuning in, we're talking GameStop, right? But I'm thinking like there should be more people talking about this, that with the borrow rate and all that, and it doesn't feel. That's what I mean. I think we're just getting started. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I just think aren't you running out of bearish opportunity? Aren't you running out of bearish news opportunities for bearish? When are you going to get? Are you thinking because you're going to get a poor Q3 that everyone is pricing in now because they were so? This is the good thing about being outspoken about. I know if you're outspoken about an upcoming bad quarter, the market prices in almost immediately. And so then it gets priced in. Everyone knows it's coming. And then no one really freaks out. Then what happens is, oh, it wasn't as bad as we thought, and the stock rises. You know what I mean? So that's a benefit. Some short-term day traders might have been upset that they were so vocal about it being potentially some headwinds in Q3. Whereas the long-term investors are like, sick, sell off, exhaust the buyback authorization, and let's keep on grinding toward that console refresh. So I'm not saying that's going to happen. I don't have any short-term expectations of them exhausting the buyback right now. But yeah, all right. So I know I'm all over the place. So no filing there. All right, what else we got? Oh, yeah, so it was only a $1 upgrade. Isn't that... the analysts... I'm going back to the analysts. Yeah, they have such complex models, but I guess in their mind, it wasn't that much of a game changer of an earnings release, in that it changed everything for them. Just a minor incremental update, which really, if you're doing really robust weighted cost analysis of a company, updates will likely be incremental, right? Because you should be very incrementally updating things. You get a little bit more information. It's just marginal, and then you make the update. But I guess I was just thinking with the stock like GameStop, maybe some analysts are going to wake up and they're going to go, and then they're going to be like, oh, it's going to be 15. You know what I mean? Some might. I'm not tracking all these analysts. If some people are, but there's probably, isn't like Bank of America or Credit Suisse, isn't someone like at like $3 right now? Maybe they'll change their tune once that price breaks 10. They'll just change it. They're like, you know what? I was wrong. $15 price target, right? I don't know. But still, look at that, 2 in the same day. That ain't bad. It tends to happen around earnings releases, right? Because they got more information, they incorporate it in their models, so you usually expect it within the week or so. All right, what do we got? Hey, Jordan, what's up, Jordan? Solid day for GME, PS5 event on Wednesday. Oh, is that confirmed? Wednesday at 4 p.m.? Okay, sick. Price to be announced, and hopefully a few big games get announced. Awesome day for value. Oh, so Jordan saw that too. Good. So Jordan was saying awesome day for value stocks, so bear that in mind, right? I didn't totally dig into it yet, but if it's an awesome day for value stocks, this total upward move of 13% or whatever the hell it was can't totally be attributed to this news. Just something to bear in mind. All right, Steve Stunk. Welcome, Steve Stunk. Cheers. Hey, Roaring Kitty, you're smashing the DD on GME. Oh, thank you, Steve. We're doing it collectively. I wasn't sure when Barry went in, but it's now my second highest conviction play in the portfolio. Wow, okay. So high conviction play for Steve. Welcome, Steve. Welcome. Cheers, mate. Smash. Cheers, smash. Cheers. Ming, when the price goes higher, the short dollar of the short money and market value goes up as well. That's true. Yeah. With higher short market value and increasing in bar rate, it makes it more painful. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see. I don't bet too much on that short squeeze. That's what I'd say. It's so many people are hoping for it, and it's so obvious that can make it difficult for it to unfold. It could also cause it to be more explosive. So what the hell do I know? I'm like a true analyst, right? I think I'm like, on the other hand, you play both sides because that's the reality of the world that we live in. You want everyone to have super strong conviction. This is what's going to happen, but I can't do that. But I got to say, of all the publicly traded stocks out there, if you were to make a comparison, and I'm not... If you had to pick one stock to say, you know what, this could be a VW type Porsche squeeze, right? If it were going to happen, GME is the stock. But that doesn't mean it's likely to happen. It just stands out from all the rest. And if anyone who's tracked GameStop for a while knows, you can have a high short interest for a very long time, right? With nothing happening. Okay, so it's just something. And Ming knows this because Ming's been tracking it this whole time. But just the high short interest and just the high rate. I agree, though. You think the one thing that's changed, though, is we're closer to the consoles and the chart has broken out. So that's the thing. That's why I'm like, all right, you got to be getting a little bit nervous. So, Steve Stunk, something like 5 million new short between Thursday and Friday, 10% of the public float. I don't know where you got your figure, Steve. They only release the FINRA short interest like officially every couple of weeks. It appears as though short interest went up from what I could tell, but I don't know. That is now already underwater. I am wondering how far those shorts. Yeah, I don't know how much if shorts went up. I'm not totally sure. It looks like it did. I tried to look at that short volume stuff too, but it's not a high conviction analysis. I'm not really sure. But if they did, I agree. Nevertheless, let's just say, Steve, hypothetically, and maybe this is your point. If shortage just did go up following the earnings release, right? Everyone's like, pile on. Pile on right there, right? That was that day. Now it's up. They're underwater, not by much, but your point still stands, Steve. And this is the thing, is that if you're, hopefully we said this during the stream, you're right at support. Remember I titled the stream that too. You're right at support. You're right at $6 support. That's not a great time to short a company. So if shorts did go up, Steve, what the hell? they weren't doing. It's unlikely they were doing it from a technical analysis standpoint. But that was like a bad time to short. I thought it was a bad time to short. It was like right in there, and that. Oh, where was that? Can I pull that up? Don't I have? I keep on Command T and it brings me over here. Let me just see if I got that. I had that chart that was like right in the box. Yeah, here we go. Look, here it is. I'm like trying to minimize my tabs. You know what I mean? Look at this. So it broke right out of this box. Look at this. It went in there and it came right back out. It's like you really, that was, what was that? What do we call that, support roughly? Oh, I forget when I made this. So I must have done it after. It looks too clean to, it would have been hell of a prediction. I must have done it after. And then, but then it's bounced right out of it. Look out. People are not in, we're focused on technical analysis because what else are you going to go off of right now? But the thesis is fundamentals on the long side for the most part, and I suspect for the short side it is as well. So maybe they're not too concerned about this, but I've seen it happen to value investors in the past. You should at least be aware of this type of stuff, long or short. Be cognizant of it. So if you're short, I'd be a little bit nervous of this breaking out above that. I don't know. That's all I'll say. I'm no expert on technical analysis. Huh? All right. What else people saying? Daily, the big moves in stocks always seem to come after the volume. GME volume has been averaging 8 to 10 million per day easily for the past 2 weeks, 3 to 4 times what it was all summer. Very good sign for the bulls. I'd agree with that. I agree with that daily. And so if we check this out right here, we got it open. Are we still at $6.99? What are we at? For shits and giggles, right? Still at $6.99. It sounds like a trade-in value for a game, right? With the price set at $6.99, huh? I'll give you $3.50. Okay, let's check historical data. Okay, yeah, look at this volume. Thanks for bringing that up, Daily, because I've been checking this out too, because we talked about watching the price, but always watch the volume right now too. First of all, volume, I think, tends to cluster around earnings release, right? That's going to happen. But also, just if someone were building a position, the volume would be going if they were buying back shares, which I don't think that they necessarily are. But like you do, I agree. The volume can support the upward move. So this is quite a bit, and there was very, very little volume in July, right? So this is a good point, Daily. Something to keep an eye on. That's all. Just keeping an eye on it. That's it. And it's substantial. For some technical analysts, they would say that the volume substantiates the move, right? It supports the move upward. If it's just on minimal volume, people are skeptical of that move, myself included. Some people don't even look at volume. Some technical analysts don't even look at it. But you can see with GME today, this is what Daly's pointing out, and he's right. Look at this move. It's very clearly crushing it on the volume front, and that's bullish. That's bullish. And another thing, Daily, I could have included in that tweet. I could have included that this was on volume. Did I add it after the fact? Someone might have mentioned that to me. No, I guess I didn't add it. That was a good one to include, that it happened on volume. I just straight up forgot it. Okay, sick. Good point, Daily. The price action seems odd, still very choppy. Maybe not a big deal, but kind of seems like it's being held down still. I got two things to say to that. The first is, when the market's trying to die, like, GME has historically been a super volatile stock, right? Super risky and so forth. Those always tend to be more volatile. But at inflection points, both on the upside and the downside, that's when they're like trying to adjust their models, and the stock gut's going boom, boom, and it's going all over the place. And you can see that happen during a big move up or down. It's like people like these firms trying to update their models, but for many people it's just their mental models, and they're trying to do stuff where they go, oh, wait a second, am I wrong? So you had the big down on Wednesday, and so you're gonna see a lot of volatility around this time anyway. But I kind of view it as a little bit bullish because of where the chart is. I interpret this volatility as like, all right, this is people like, it may be nothing. This isn't.
Whoops. I wanted to watch that Swamp Fest video. Why is the market dropping? I think rates are going up. I don't think there's any news or anything. As rates approach 5%, the market's going to get a little scared. Mortgage rates hit 3-month high. That's crazy. That's insane. Bond rates are at 4.6 now. Holy. Bear market things. Maybe. Potentially, but maybe. Just volatile market things there for now. It's been pretty bullish the past month or so. But as you know, it can flip very fast, as you've seen at least. We'll see. Well, Bitcoin chilling. I think Bitcoin finally dropped a little bit. Yeah, now it's at 106. But you're still above all-time highs. Or old all-time highs, I guess. But if this starts selling off, that's a false breakout. And if you want to be a fucking chart nerd, that's not a positive thing. You know, who knows how far down it sells, but we'll see. You know, obviously I still stand bullish, but false breakouts are never good. But like I said, you've had a month of bullishness, so you know, buy the dip is the play for anyone who's trading right now, for the most part, unless someone's trying to position a longer term short. That's about the only reason you'd be shorting. Anyone who's trading is buying the dip, or has been for the past month at least. But who knows if it changes or not. Who knows? Who cares? Sangha Renewables launches 20 megawatt Bitcoin mining facility powered by solar energy. Sangha Renewables has officially broken ground on a 19.9 megawatt Bitcoin mining facility in West Texas, marking a notable step in its mission to merge sustainable power with digital asset infrastructure. According to a recent press release sent to Bitcoin Magazine, Sangha also announced it has raised $14 million towards its $17 million target, helping bring its vision for renewable powered Bitcoin mining to life. Developed in partnership with an independent power producer, the behind-the-meter facility will be located on an established solar energy site. Sangha's project is designed to transform underutilized renewable assets into high-yield Bitcoin-generating operations while delivering optimized power monetization and attractive Bitcoin-backed returns for investors. Sangha is not just building a Bitcoin mining site, we're building a new model for how capital flows in and out of Bitcoin, said Spencer Marr. By applying a project finance structure honed in renewable energy and retail estate sectors. Did I just say retail estate sectors? Real estate sectors. We enable investors to participate directly in productive assets without intermediaries, speculative equities, or inefficiencies of data center hosting. Investors put cash or Bitcoin into the construction of the project and then enjoy streaming distributions of Bitcoin for years to come at well below the market price of Bitcoin. Yep, makes sense. Under the offtake agreement, Sangha will purchase 19.9 megawatts of power directly from IPP. The solar side is impacted by grid congestion and negative energy pricing, making it an ideal fit for Sangha's load balancing model. It's a win-win-win, Marr added. The IPP earns more per megawatt hour, our investors gain exposure to low-cost Bitcoin production, and we deliver grid-stabilizing load where it's needed most. The project is set to begin operations in Q3 2025 and will offer one of the lowest power costs in North America, according to the company. Sangha's model is underpinned by smart site selection, transparent capital structures, and regulatory acumen, positioning itself as a leader in institutional-grade Bitcoin mining. This facility represents Sangha's proof of concept in the next chapter in the founder's pivot from Sangha Systems to Sangha Renewables, emphasizing a commitment to sustainable, scalable, and investor-aligned Bitcoin infrastructure. Nice. That's pretty cool. It's a smart move. Smart move. Very smart move. Building on an already existing solar field. Very smart. Bullish for Bitcoin somewhat. Especially if people start doing that. YouTube Shivam. I'm looking at your YouTube. You haven't posted a video in 2 years. Shivam. Looks like you used to play like PUBG type game or something. Yeah, PUBG. That's fun. That's fun. All right. Attendees at first New York City Crypto Summit implore Mayor Adams to end the BIT license. Today in New York City hosted its ever Crypto Summit. The event took place at Gracie Mansion, the mayor's residence, and was attended by prominent figures from the crypto industry, many of whom are based in New York. At the event, Mayor Adams made the case that he felt the attendees' pain, stating that they've wrongfully been persecuted, and he claimed that it is now safe for those in Bitcoin and crypto industry to both speak up and set up shop in New York. Look how they've treated you, said Mayor Adams. You were treated as though you were an enemy instead of the believers, he added. You've been hiding in the shadows, afraid to come out. Come out now. As Mayor Adams continued, he recommitted to making New York the crypto capital of the world, something he first claimed he'd do in 2021, though not much has materialized on this front since then. New York has continued to be a jurisdiction that's nearly impossible for Bitcoin and crypto startups to do business in thanks to the BIT license, a license required to operate a digital asset company within the state. Obtaining BIT license often costs upward of $100,000 and takes months, if not years, of cutting through red tape and hopping over bureaucratic hurdles to attain. Interesting. Most startups don't have the time or funds to obtain one. I wonder. Interesting. So when Mayor Adams and New York City's Chief Technology Officer Matthew Frazier tasked the attendees at today's event with coming up with the solutions that would help to make New York City a more crypto-friendly jurisdiction, many brought up the need to abolish the BIT license, or at least the need to make New York City immune to its reach. New York City is a Bitcoin and crypto sanctuary city. To build a thriving crypto economy, we have to get rid of the BIT license, said one attendee. We at least need to build a regulatory sandbox in New York City. Another attendee argued that New York City should become a sanctuary city from the BIT license. Attendees made comments like these after sessions of roundtable discussions, during which the attendees discussed different issues related to Bitcoin and crypto before having a representative from their table share proposals with the room at large. Because the attendees agreed to honor the Chatham, the Chatham House rule, I cannot offer the names of those who speak on the behalf of their group at the event. However, I can offer the names of the keynote speakers. Another attendee who said that New York should become a crypto sanctuary city pointed out that there is a precedent for this, as the city has allowed the cannabis industry to operate within its borders while the rest of the state did not. Nick Spanos, who founded the first in-person exchange and the earliest in-person Bitcoin meeting space in New York City, the Bitcoin Center, in 2013, also made the case for New York as a crypto sanctuary city. We're giving sanctuary to immigrants. We can give sanctuary to crypto companies, he said in an impassioned tone. Spanos went on to critique the BIT license, calling into question its legitimacy. What kind of license is it when after 12 years there are only 30 of them, cried Spanos. That's an insider license. Now's the time to pass crypto legislation in New York State. Galaxy CEO Mike Novogratz highlighted that now is the time for New York to pass legislation that will benefit the crypto industry. After 5 difficult years, DC has said let's embrace this technology, said Novogratz, alluding to the notion that New York should follow the federal government's lead. New York State has not made crypto easy. It's taken a long time for people to get licenses, he added. Novogratz also shared that the crypto industry is ready to take off, though he also put the onus on the industry to prove itself by creating products that provide real value to users. He concluded by saying that thus far, he's only really seen value in Bitcoin and stablecoins. On the topic of stablecoins, Brock Pierce, co-founder of Tether, called on Albany, New York's capital, to pass Assembly Bill 6266 and Senate Bill 3262, both of which would establish requirements for creation and operations of limited purpose trust companies if enacted into law. Such a law would seemingly play a role in enabling Tether to operate in New York. Other suggestions for crypto applications from attendees. A number of attendees also suggested creating crypto products that would help offer financial services to New York City's approximately 305,000 residents who do not have a bank account, Though none suggested including Bitcoin in these services, many also stressed the importance of crypto and blockchain education within New York's public school system. Even Mayor Adams touched on this in his talk. Every young person in the DOE should know about blockchain and crypto, he said, and one attendee suggested using blockchain to safeguard the city's public records. I piggybacked on the idea by suggesting the city consider employing Simple Proof, a company that utilizes the open timestamps protocol on Bitcoin, to safeguard public documents, including election results, to help safeguard its important documents. Call to action. Mayor Adams said that when he, the mayor of the greatest city on the globe, starts talking about Bitcoin and crypto, the rest of the world will pay attention. For this reason, he said he wanted to get the best and brightest to help guide him as he broaches the topic. At the conclusion of the event, attendees asked to share their notes so that Adams' team could review them and potentially call on certain attendees to help the mayor forge a more favorable regulatory path forward. It seems his staff is primed to help, as Fraser asked the attendees to help the city deregulate the industry. Only time will now tell if Mayor Adams and his team will follow through on working with the Bitcoin and crypto industry to make it easier for companies to operate in New York, or if he'll lose interest in such an initiative like he did 4 years ago. Fair enough. Fair enough. I've not been making a video for 2 years because I've started blogging. That I should also... Wait, so tell me that I should also start blogging, that I should also come in gaming? Oh, I don't know what you should do, bro. You should do whatever you like to do. That's my best advice. Do whatever you like to do. Kindly MD shareholders approve merger with Bitcoin treasury company Nakamoto. We already read about this, but I guess they finally made it. Or the board approved it, so whatever. Or shareholders approved it. I don't want to read this. We've already read about it. Give me some advice. I just gave you the best advice in the world. Just do whatever you love. That's the best advice in the world, my friend. Especially when it comes to content. So there you go. That's all I can give you, really. It's a creative endeavor. You gotta kind of figure it out. Figure out what works. Try new things. All right, U.S. leads the world in Bitcoin ownership. I swear we've read about this before, but a new report from River reveals that the United States dominates Bitcoin ownership globally, holding about 40% of all available Bitcoin, with 14.3% of its population owning Bitcoin. U.S. outpaces Europe, Oceania, and Asia combined. Corporate America also leads in Bitcoin holdings. 32 U.S. public companies, with a combined market cap of $1.26 trillion, hold Bitcoin as a treasury asset. These firms account for 94.8% of all Bitcoin owned by publicly traded companies worldwide. Major holders include Strategy with 569,000 Bitcoin, U.S. mining companies with 96,000 Bitcoin, and others with 68,000 Bitcoin, totaling 733,000 Bitcoin in the U.S. compared to 40,000 Bitcoin held elsewhere. Since China's ban on Bitcoin mining in 2021, the United States has become the global leader in Bitcoin mining, responsible for 38% of all new Bitcoin mines since then. The U.S. attracts miners thanks to stable regulatory environment, access to deep and liquid capital markets, and abundant energy resources. These advantages have helped the U.S. increase its share of global Bitcoin mining hash rate by over 500% since 2020, solidifying its position as the center of the industry. Bitcoin is also emerging as America's preferred reserve asset, overtaking gold. Over 49.6 million Americans are in favor of holding Bitcoin, compared to 36.7 million who still prefer gold. I wonder where you get like a metric like that. The U.S. government's Bitcoin advantage is greater than that of gold, where the U.S. accounts for just 29.9% of the world's central bank's gold reserves. Because there's a fixed supply of Bitcoin, there's a strategic advantage of being among the first nations to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve. said the White House on March 7, 2025. Politically, support for Bitcoin is gaining significant momentum across the U.S. government. As of now, 59% of U.S. senators and 66% of House of Representatives openly support pro-Bitcoin policies, signaling a notable shift in political attitudes and a greater acceptance of digital assets as key components of America's economic future. The study highlights that Bitcoin ownership is highest among Americans males aged 31 to 35 and 41 to 45, with ownership rates ranging from 3% to 41% within these age groups. Politically, those identifying as very liberal or neutral are more likely to own Bitcoin than conservatives, though conservatives still make up a significant portion of holders. Exciting. Exciting stuff. All right. Amazon will now deliver a bunch of new products via drone. As I mentioned in a company blog post, this includes stuff like smartphones, video doorbells, and food thermometers. This is thanks to the FAA giving approval to several new item categories. Newly available items include Apple iPhones, AirTags, and AirPods, in addition to Samsung Galaxy smartphones, Ring doorbells, and Alpha Grillers instant red food thermometers. All told, customers can now choose from more than 60,000 items for drone delivery. The hell?
Amazon just announced customers can now get even more delivered right to their door in 60 minutes or less thanks to Prime Air Drone Delivery Program. In eligible areas, customers can select drone delivery at checkout, and now, thanks to new permissions from the Federal Aviation Administration, Prime Air is adding lithium-ion battery-powered products to its selection of items available for drone delivery. Think things like phones, AirTags, and even grilling thermometers can now be delivered in 60 minutes or less. Just choose a designated spot in your yard or driveway, and don't worry, you can update it anytime for future orders.
That shit's fucking crazy, bro. What the hell? These deliveries will typically arrive within an hour, assuming the package is under 5 pounds and the customer lives in a drone service area. Fortunately, these areas are extremely limited. As of this writing, Amazon only offers deliveries to parts of Texas and Arizona. Company plans on expanding to the UK and Italy in the near future. Weather also plays a part when determining the availability of a drone delivery. Amazon won't offer the service during heavy winds or during heavy rain. Company wrote in another blog post, it isn't being overly cautious here. The drones can get into serious trouble when trying to navigate foul weather, as shown by recent crashes that forced the company to put the platform on hold for a while. Recent crashes? I want to watch a drone crash. Oh, there's no video. Last year, the FAA gave Amazon permission for its drones to fly beyond the visual line of sight. This has allowed the company to use its newest MK30 model to make deliveries within hours. Crazy. I used to work really hard, but I wasn't getting views. It made me feel like giving up. That's why I gave up on gaming and started vlogging instead. Along with that, I also do video editing. Yeah, that's why you gotta do something you love, because then it doesn't matter if you get views or not. You know? And if all you're chasing is views, then you need to tap into your creativity and try something new and try to do something different. Because if you're just gonna do the same thing over and over again that doesn't get views, you're probably not gonna get views. Maybe, you know, who knows? Anything's possible, but you got to try other stuff. Or just, I mean, you don't even have to do it, really. Nobody says you have to make content. The only people who say you have to make content are people who are trying to sell you something. So probably shouldn't be listening to them. So it's not like you have to make content. Like, who cares? Go live your life. That's making contents. You got to enjoy it, and you got to have a good idea if you want to get views. It doesn't just happen. You can grind really hard, and it can happen, but a lot of views come from just a good idea in the beginning. All right. I want to read about this because it sounds interesting. British retailer Marks and Spencer said Wednesday that a recent cyber attack, which left food shelves bare and brought online sales to a standstill, will wipe out almost 1/3 of its annual profits. A company known for its clothing, homeware, and food products said last month's cyber attack would cost the business 300 million pounds, 403 million euros, in operating profit this year. Our current estimate before mitigation is an impact on group operating profit of around 300 million pounds. I'm pretty sure that's pounds. For 25 to 26, the company said in a statement alongside its annual results. It added that the financial impact would be reduced through management of costs, insurance, and other trading actions, with costs related to the incident to be presented separately as an adjusting item. The forecasted impact equates to 30.5% of the company's 984 million pound operating profit, annual operating profit, for adjustment items as of March 29th, 2025, which otherwise picked up by 17% year on year. The cyber attack, which occurred over the Easter holiday, was wiped over 1 billion pounds from M&S stock market value and continues to cause disruptions to online retail, which the company said could be expected to continue into July. The high street giant said the highly sophisticated and targeted cyber attack has led to a limited period of disruption, but the incident has also marked an opportunity to accelerate its technology transformation program announced last year. We'll use this window of disruption to accelerate our technology transformation plans, the plans we laid out a year ago. In fact, we'll condense the 2-year plan into just 6 months. The incident sent shockwaves across the industry, with retailers such as Co-op and Harrods also facing recent attacks. Machin said that he would not comment on whether the retailer had paid a ransom in a cyber attack, according to Reuters. He also noted that the incident was the result of human error. Without providing further details, we will now draw a line under this and move on to business as usual, he said. Lucy Rumbold, equity research analyst, said the cyber attack had overshadowed otherwise solid annual results for the retailer, but added that much of the impact had already been priced in. This cyber attack highlights just how damaging things like this can be. We now have a clearer picture around the profit damage. However, uncertainty on the duration of the attack remains, leaving the company vulnerable to further risks in the market. Businesses have been increasingly flagging cyber threats as a key risk to their operations. JD Sports on Wednesday cited a significant cyber attack that stalls store sales as a severe but plausible downside scenario going forward. Okay. You know, I bet Chewy's up. I bet Chewy didn't sell off. Oh man, I gotta stop looking at this stock. It's actually sad that we miss. It's actually sad that we're all in GameStop sometimes. When I look at this, I'm like, fuck, this thing's going up probably so much more. We just won't look at it. We'll just pretend it doesn't exist. That's gonna be the best course of action. What's Chewy? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. You guys heard of Chewy before? I've never heard of it. I hear it's a really good company. Some guy gets on a live stream and talks about it almost every single day, but he doesn't own any of it for some reason. What a fucking loser. I do with Chewy what most people are doing with GameStop. Like, most people just aren't even invested in GameStop. They just tweet about it, make content about it. I do that with Chewy. So I guess I can relate. I can relate to all the GameStop wannabe creators. I understand now. Pokemon! What are my noties over here? Jesus Christ. Bro, I bought more shit the past like month on eBay than I've ever bought in my entire life. Not even capping, dude. It's actually insane. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon. Oh, I don't even have anything up here. Whoops. There you go. There you go. Funny thing is I'm not even buying them to collect. I'm buying them to like try to fucking resell for like $1. Shit's funny as fuck. I've waited for this opportunity for a long time though. I've known about the Millionaire Fastlane. It's a good book. Go read it. It's a good book. It would if you haven't read it, it would give you a good idea of why I'm so excited about Whatnot and Pokemon cards. But it's hard to get product, unfortunately. GameStop breaking the lows, bro. Breaking the lows. Crazy. That's not a very good daily candle, I don't think. So, you'll want it to bounce, I guess. I don't know. Who cares? Who cares? Tell us more about the Millionaire Fastlane. I read that book like a few years ago. So, and there's a lot of information in a book. So, I would just recommend getting the book or listening to an audiobook on YouTube. I forget who it's by. But the basic idea of it is if you can find something that you do so much volume in and you only make like 50 cents or $1, then it doesn't matter, because if you're selling so much product that you're making $1.50 profit on, but you're selling so much of it so fast, like that's how you get rich, or you sell a really high dollar item in low volume. But yeah, it's an interesting book. Why do you like it? Because it's just a different way to look at money and look at business and understanding how people actually get rich. Because most people who start businesses aren't rich. Most of them are actually deeply in debt and not doing well. The majority of businesses don't do good at all. So it's just an interesting perspective on just business, basically. By Gme DeMarco. Is it this one? I imagine it's him. I imagine this is the only one. Yeah, MJ DeMarco. I think they have an audiobook on YouTube. Or, you can watch a summary of it, too. They have a lot of those. Sometimes, reading a book's kind of a waste of time. Like, you could watch one of these summaries and kind of understand. I just like reading the full book. Yeah, see, they got it on here. 4-hour listen. Oh, wait, that's not the same book. It's right here. 12 hours. 12 hours of heat. "12 hours of straight fire." The market's still getting clapped. It seems like it's down a lot. Ugh. Well, that looks pretty bad. We'll see what happens. This looks pretty bad. Rejected 29 3 different times. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. I wouldn't... Whatever. Whatever. We'll see what happens. Remember when I said I don't like when people who use technical analysis get bullish? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Let them short it. Oh, they will. They definitely will. At least it looks that way. We'll see what happens. What did I even get on eBay for? I was gonna look at something. I don't know. I forgot. It'll probably bounce here anyway. Well, GameStop at least. I don't know about the rest of the market. I don't know about the rest of the market, but we'll see, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. What day is it? Wednesday. I want to check this auction. See if they got Slab City up in here. Slab Shitty. They got Pokemon. They got some Pokemon, but it's just cards. So that's pretty useless. Pokemon trading card game. What's that? Call local card stores. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Really breaking lows now. Buy fucking slabs from Alibaba, bro. I wonder if they have them. That'd be funny. How do you even use this website? Oh, here it is. Cards. Or slabs. Slabs for cards, I guess. I really doubt I really doubt Alibaba would have them. Shiny Pokemon. You get these fake ass fucking grades, bro. I bet these would sell too, bro. I bet someone would think these are so cool. 5 pieces for $7? Holy shit. You could probably crush with these things. Except the Pokemon cards do not look real at all. I mean, that doesn't even look like Pokemon, that picture. That does. Sell some fucking Alibaba slabs, bro. Jesus. That's ridiculous. I think it's $7.20 each. I don't think it's per piece. And shipping's fucking ridiculous. I bought a couple things off here. You can get a fake fucking Fusion Strike box. That's pretty cool. These like Pokemon plush things would be literally like the move. Alibaba Pokemon cards. Let's see what AliExpress. Got AliExpress. Damn, we can get some fake prismatic on AliExpress, bro. Shit, son. What are we doing with our lives? Why are we waiting in line? We can get some fake prismatic right here for $4. Damn, son. What are we doing with our lives? I'm trying to get some fake prismatic, bro. $10 shipping, free shipping is $4. What the hell? I want some fake prismatic. This is ridiculous. AliExpress is ridiculous. What the shit, dude? I wonder if we all just got a bunch of fake fucking AliExpress Pokemon. Could you imagine? You spent like fucking $200 on a sealed box and it's just a piece of shit fucking Alibaba nonsense. That'd be crazy. I I don't even know if this is, it's got to be fake. But it's so like interesting. It's a good ass fake, that's for sure. That's not, but like look at that picture. That looks like a sealed fucking box. Dude, what the hell? So that one you could definitely kind of tell. What the hell, dude? Are we just getting ripped off in America? That'd be funny. This shit's tripping me out, man. Never got it. Great product, fast shipping. Knew they were fake, but not cards, are not very close to originals. Cards are too thick, have very frequent rough, jagged edges. Print quality is poor, especially on more intricate designs. Expected much better quality based on the price in it. Bro, it's $4. What? Really happy with the quality of these clones. Crazy. Pulling a fake Umbreon. I mean, you could just get this shit and just Just pull packs for days. But I feel like people would know that you're pulling fake cards. Most definitely. I feel like the Pokemon community is pretty fucking educated. They know their shit. Pokemon Slab. Pokemon graded. Oh look, you can get fake fucking grades too. They're $35 a piece. That's ridiculous. Why am I looking at fake Pokemon? I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Damn, bro. I just bottom ticked the stock, bro. I'm just kidding. I just bottom ticked the stock, bro. I bottom ticked it. I told you it was gonna bounce. Remember that conversation we had 5 minutes ago? I'm just kidding. Oh shit. I told you guys, you're missing out. You should have signed up for my $69,000 Discord. You wouldn't have missed that move. I posted it in the Discord. $1,000. Nah, $1,000 is cheap, bro. That's cheap. I gotta charge a real bag for my Discord. Because, you know, you just get such good trades. You literally bottom tick stocks. AliExpress only has Chin Pokemon. Chin Pokemon! Chin Pokemon Mister! Shoe! Shoe! Whoa, you got Shoe! Oh man. Fucking Shoe, bro. Fucking Shoe. Oh, bro. Shoe's the greatest Chin Pokemon. Love GME, thank you for reading that article. Hey, thank you for being here, Alex. Sure. I appreciate you listening, my friend. Thanks for supporting the stream. Long article, but worth it. Yeah, that was honestly the best article we probably read about GameStop. Very detailed. He understood the story. I mean, he understands the story better than I do. I'm simple. I'm a simple man. Given all the fundamental analysis was very intriguing. Because most of it I already knew, but some of that fundamental analysis that made me more bullish, honestly. I'm like, damn, yeah. I see it. I see the picture more and more every time I learn something. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. While everyone's worried about price action and fucking whether they bought Bitcoin or not, I'm like, shit, I see it already, bro. I'm like tapped in, bro. I'm tapped into Ryan Cohen's mind. Like I see it. I see it now. Yeah, maybe we'll see. Who knows what they're gonna do? Who knows what they're gonna do? And anything's possible. Bitcoin could drop 50% next month. Really unlikely, but it could. Seems unlikely, I guess I should say. Ryan Cohen just sells GameStop next week. Just liquidates the whole position. Him and Kitty at the same time. The stock goes to fucking zero. But then we all buy it at pennies. Oh, wouldn't that be fat? Bro, what if that happened? What if they straight sold everything and the stock went to like extremely low prices and then we just bought it the fuck up? That'd be the ultimate retail play, or like benefit to retail. That'd be crazy. Question. I missed the answer earlier. Are we not auctioning today? No, we did it yesterday. Didn't we? Yeah, we did it yesterday. I don't have anything to auction. Unfortunately. I wish. I fucking wish. I wish I was doing auctions fucking all day, every day. Every waking hour. I wish I had just endless product. And I could just sit and do an auction all day of my... That's what I'm saying, bro. Fucking my roommate, bro. If he doesn't take advantage of Whatnot, he's an idiot. I'm sorry. He's an idiot if he doesn't take advantage of Whatnot. He could literally make like 50 to 100 grand, like, quick. Quick. He has so much fucking stuff in storage. It's crazy. Like, yeah. Crazy. That's what I would be doing. But, you know. I think a lot of people get attached to their stuff. You know? I think a lot of people are attached to material items. Whatever it may be. Maybe they're addicted to buying things. I don't know. But a lot of people don't see, you know. I see all the stuff, I'm like, damn, I could make 100 racks real quick and buy some GameStop. Other people's like, I can't sell that. I can't sell that. It's like, why? Why? Or meth. Yeah, or drugs. A lot of money goes to drugs in general, whether it be prescription or not. I'm a type of hoarder. I just can't relate to the hoarding. I can't relate. I can't do it. I just can't get attached to material items, I don't think. They mean nothing really. For me. I know it's not. I know I'm very 1% person on this here. So I know it's a controversial topic we're here. But I do not get attached to material items. I can't do it. It just doesn't even make sense to me. I can get attached to digital items. Digital items are interesting. But physical, not really. I just think there's more potential and less Less stress, honestly. For me. You know, I would never expect anyone else to feel the same way. Especially about this. Like I even I truly like believe in sealed Pokemon. I even have trouble like wanting to buy boxes because like it's just weight. Like if I ever want to do something or whatever, I have to bring those fucking boxes with me. Like that's annoying to me. That's why, you know, that's why I have so much money in GameStop, because if I ever want to do something, I don't have to do shit with GameStop. It sits in a fucking brokerage account. Like I don't have to put it in a backpack or in a box and bring it with me. Like you're so free with digital assets. So free. You know, potentially they are a little bit more risky, maybe that's arguable, but I like freedom personally. Freedom's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Freedom! You are? I feel like I am. I feel like a lot of people are attached to items. Or, yeah, something. I feel pretty alone when it comes to digital assets, I guess. Or just in general. I just have a hard time relating with that because I just don't understand it, I guess. Will be funny if GME closes high of day. I don't know what's gonna happen. It'll probably just depend what the rest of the market does. Most likely. Will be interesting though. It's nice that we traded volume in 29. I wonder how much volume. I want to see. Cause you did get a double top off there, but if it actually traded somewhat decent volume and it's not just low volume double top, that could be positive. If it double topped on low volume, short term that could be negative. Long term, who cares? Total over 6 million. That's not really what I mean by. I don't really care how much volume's traded. It matters how much volume's traded at a certain price. And, you know, as you can see throughout time, every time you've hit these 29 prices, there's just been low volume. And that's why you see these turnarounds here. You want to start seeing higher volume trading in 29. Just like, let's go back a little farther. See, like if we go all the way back around here, you know, every time back in I don't know when this was, like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, you kept hitting 28 with low volume. You hit 28, then you finally went into 28, went pretty high, but just low volume, immediately sold it off. Tried to hit 28 again, but traded low volume there, so you sold it off. But then eventually, you know, you go about a week later, you actually started trading volume in 28. You still got a little, you know, a low volume area at the top here at like 28.2, but you actually traded somewhat decent volume from like, you know, 28 to 28.1. And then you finally broke out of it. You know, you started trading volume in the higher prices. You rejected 28.86 with low volume. And then, you know, and then you finally fill the prices you left behind with volume. You still have this like $27 gap here and 26.30-ish as far as a volume gap. So we could potentially go fill that, and I'm sure there's more gaps, but who knows. But yeah, this is what you want to see for 29. You want to see us, you know, go up into the 29s, actually trade some volume there, and then kind of just see a similar move to 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's yeah. You're kind of seeing the same thing. But also the market's selling off a little bit now, so who knows what's going to happen with that. Who knows what's going to happen with that. But yeah, that's your technical analysis that actually matters. Volume profile. I would recommend anyone who thinks they are a trader or wants to be a trader or whatever, give up everything you know and learn volume profile. You'll be a lot more successful. I promise. It's the only real indicator, real time, real live information. Every other technical indicator is lagging. And yeah. I know you hate technical stuff, but there's this guy called Christian Glamaga, Swedish guy who got traded to millions. You could argue that this could be setting up for one of his setups. Maybe, I don't know. I don't trust anyone who says they made millions on stocks, but maybe he did. What's his technical thing? I don't. So the technical stuff doesn't work because everything I literally just explained, that's how the stock market works. If you're not trading volume at a certain price, the market's going to go lower and trade volume at lower prices because people are actually willing to, you know, trade volume there. And then if you're getting volume at, you know, basically everything I explained is how the stock market. So I don't, the technical stuff, it doesn't seem applicable to me. Doesn't seem applicable for the way I view the market. I can understand why people do what, you know, use the things they do. Like, I'm not, you know, I've been there too. I didn't just randomly, you know, wake up and be like, yep, I'm a volume profile trader now. No, I've learned all these random technical indicators, and then you find volume profile and you learn how it works, and then you realize that it actually works. And then you don't really care about anything else at that point because it's, yeah, volume at prices. Volume in itself doesn't matter, really, but volume at certain price levels matters. And that's pretty much the stock market. Swing trader, 2 primary strategies. Stocks move in the same patterns they've done for hundreds of years. I agree with that somewhat. One of these patterns become good at trading it. You will do well as a trader. That's fair. Breakout strategy. Oh, is that what you're talking about? Breakout strategy is very basic. That I didn't even know who Christian Kalamagi is, and I know what breakout is. I used to strictly only trade breakouts for like a year or whatever. Like, it's actually pretty good, but you can't get greedy on breakouts if you're going to trade like this. And it's not, you know, guaranteed. Most breakouts are false. So you have to do your risk to reward very well. There's a lot more to these strategies than just, you know, breakout strategy. If you want to trade this breakout strategy, you have to know how to trade the breakout strategy. But yeah, I know what a breakout is. We talk about them all the time. I feel like I don't know how much you hang out here, but we've talked about breakouts many times. And it doesn't really mean anything. It'll just all a breakout is what I just showed you. It's breaking out from that price where volume was paying really low, or volume was trading really low, and then it goes into a higher price and it trades volume at that higher price, or, you know, it doesn't and it rejects it. Yeah. That's all. That's really all the breakout is. All of these indicators and all these strategies, they can all be explained with volume profile. A lot of them, so it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I hoard clothes and things people write me. Interesting. You just got a fucking box full of love notes from like back in the day. This stuff's very basic. That I do agree with. He's very clear about this. He also does not have a paid Discord. Oh, that's always nice. Probably has a book or something though. Maybe. I don't know. Like if you want to, if you want to talk about a breakout, in my mind, we already kind of broke out. We're just rejecting 29 so hard. There's just so many shorts there. But in my mind, you've already broke out here. Off of this support, 28.4. But you're just not getting the upside you need here. Because if you go back, before this sell-off, last time you broke 28.4 or 28 whatever, you went up to 30, lower 30s. And even when you come back here, 28.4 has been a pretty, or just 28 in general, pretty key area. But last time you passed 24 or 28.4 in the squeeze, you went to fucking $68. So it's like, I don't know, interesting. I would argue you've gotten the breakout here. You're just not getting the push. And then if you go on a shorter time frame, I mean, you definitely got a breakout here. You ranged basically 27 to 28 for, well, I mean, you could count this part of the range too. But you ranged 27 to 28 for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then you got the breakout here. You're just not getting that push quite yet, but this could be, you got your breakout, now you're getting your retrace. Buyers are skeptical, but potentially you'll get the push, especially if it does start going up into the 29s. I'm sure more people will get excited because, as you know, people only care about GameStop when it's up. If you've been here for a while, you've seen how the chat, you've seen the numbers in the chat, how they go when it's going up versus when it's going down. Cards, any of that. Nice. Likely he'd not like this trade. He trades parabolic long short. I recommend he might trade this one, the individual breakout. Or if it goes parabolic. I mean, I wouldn't if you're a breakout trader, you should be all in GameStop because you got the most massive breakout ever back here. I mean, look at that breakout. we go all the way back here. You got this breakout. You had a year-long price trend between $12 and 80 cents. Let's see, how many years? 13 to 21, 15 years. I mean, this is the craziest breakout ever. And then it took you 3 years to retrace the breakout. So, I mean, that guy, he should, if that's his strategy, you would be trading this because this is the retrace right here of the breakout. But you would have to be on a very long-term time frame to have taken advantage of that. But breakout strategy is more of like a day trade thing. It's a little bit harder with swing trading. Maybe his is a swing trade strategy, but it's a lot more efficient day trading. At least from, you know, my experience. I agree with lack of volume. That wasn't, it's like I said, it's lack of volume at X price. It's not necessarily lack of volume. You've been trading decent volume all day, but you're not trading volume at higher 29s. That's the issue. Who cares what the volume is? Everyone, we were down 11% in one day. Yeah, that was sick. That was a good time. And I traded it too. Everyone was talking shit. Oh, Corey's selling. Now the stock's so bullish. That's what I remember about that. That shit was funny. That shit was funny. Obviously, nobody could expect that to happen, but it was funny. And I sold like 200 shares, if that. Yeah, I don't even remember. I didn't sell that many. And then I just ended up buying more anyway. Good times, good times. I love when people bet against me. It's always a good time. Even though they weren't really betting against me, they were definitely rooting against me. Bad day, Dow down 700. Is that a bad day? Seems like a normal day. These days it seems normal. Seems pretty normal to me. For probably the past like 6 months. That seems pretty light actually. Seems pretty light. It'll probably be up 700 tomorrow. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Quite sure he traded them back at the first squeeze, but likely not heavy position. I mean, I wasn't... Yeah, I'm not referring... The point I was trying to make with the first squeeze is that the stock broke out, and then it took 3 years for it to retrace the breakout. And if you're a breakout trader, that's how you trade the breakout, is by buying the retrace. You don't necessarily buy before the breakout, usually, unless you're like very confident that it's going to break out. So that's kind of the point I was making. Like if he was truly a breakout trader, he would have bought back at $10, because that's how you trade breakouts, is by buying the retrace, usually. You either buy the retrace or you scalp the breakout, and buying the retrace just from a risk to reward is usually just better, because most things don't break out. Most things false breakout. How was the shower? It was pretty good. Pretty good. This fucking GameStop shirt's like too small, bro. Makes me feel like I'm a buff guy, but I'm not. Big boy. No, not really. Not really. This shirt makes it feel that way, though. GameStop showing your gains. Damn right. I'm so buff? Not really. I think I could be a lot further ahead if I tried harder. As far as dieting and stuff goes. And consistency in the gym. Like, I didn't go for like a week or two, and then I went like the other day. And I haven't gone since then. I've like barely done cardio. Like, I've been slacking hard. Next time I go do 30 minutes of cardio, I'm gonna hate my life. I'm gonna be like a fucking SpongeBob in Sandy's house. Pinky! Water! 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 Pinky! Pinky! Flash the sep. Jeez. I'm gonna need a mop. That's ridiculous. That, sir, is ridiculous. Jeez. Pinky! Yeah, we have an hour left. The fuck are we gonna do for an hour? I guess we'll go through news. Let's see what this is. This looks like it'd be interesting. Fact check. Is GameStop hodling Bitcoin stash of 34,000 Bitcoin? What would that be? 34,000. I mean, what if they did buy at 80? Oh, did I do that wrong? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. You got to do 34,000 times 80,000. I don't know how to do math. 2.72 billion. I guess that is theoretically possible. That's about the price, or about the amount I would expect them to buy. So let's see. All right, speculation is surfacing that GameStop is connected to a Bitcoin wallet holding 34,000 Bitcoin. A Japanese crypto influencer, Han Akamatsu, was the first to bring up this claim in a tweet. He shared 2 images of a Bitcoin wallet speculated to be linked with GameStop with over 34,000 Bitcoin balance, which were purchased on April 11th at an average price of about 80,000 per coin. Akamatsu asked, could it be? Another crypto influencer, the Bitcoin Therapist, suggested GameStop might announce its Bitcoin purchase only after Bitcoin hits a new all-time high. GameStop initially announced on March 25th, 2025 that its board approved updating the company's investment policy to include Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset. The move was identified as a strategy to diversify GameStop's capital by adding the cryptocurrency to its assets. It was led by CEO Ryan Cohen, who has been guiding the company through a major transformation. So far, there's no official confirmation that the wallet with 34,000 Bitcoin belongs to GameStop. The company has not released any filings or statements linking them directly to this address. However, the timing of the wallet and the time the Bitcoin was purchased does raise curiosity, as it was shortly after March 25th announcement. Meanwhile, GameStop reported a 3.44% increase in its cash holdings during the fourth quarter. It closed the quarter with $4.775 billion in cash equivalents, and marketable securities. This was up from $4.616 billion in the third quarter. Its decision to add Bitcoin to its treasury was after earlier speculation when Cohen posed with Bitcoin advocate Michael Saylor in February 25. However, it is not confirmed if GameStop really purchased the asset or if the wallet Akamatsu shared is indeed linked to the retail company. Also, if it does hold Bitcoin, there's no surety that it's hodling 34,000 Bitcoin. The actual number can vary upon declaration. I mean, 34, that seems very accurate. Because they would have bought for around, 2.8. Seems like it could be accurate. I don't know how you would know or not if the wallet was linked, but it's just speculation. they'd be up a bill. Like 800 million, something like that. Guess it depends where, yeah, depends where Bitcoin's at when we get the announcement, I guess. I don't know. We'll see how much it'll be up. I don't know when the quarter ends here. At the end of the month, probably. That's interesting. That was an interesting article. Yahoo's frozen. Can't handle the downside. You can't handle the downside. Only you could get cheaper slabs. Zoom after hours. Bond yields are insane. Everything's kind of getting clapped. Everything's down except communication services, basically. Insider buying, don't care. Any whales? No whales, but I mean, you got a 596 share buy here. It's a 292% increase in their position. So share size is whatever, but the percent's cool. I saw an article, Wolf is going bankrupt. That's hilarious. Didn't we talk about that? I have a feeling we talked about that. Like when everyone was really hyped on it and it was squeezing. I swear we talked about that because I remember looking up the balance sheet and stuff. See, fundamental analysis works, bro. It works on these shitty companies. It can really save you from making terrible investments. It can save you, man. It can save you. That's crazy. I wonder when DJT's gonna go bankrupt. I haven't looked at that, honestly, in a long time. Yeah, this thing's in the shitter. Not as bad, but it's going to the shitter. Unless they do a turn. Well, I mean, knowing the Trump media thing, they're probably gonna buy Bitcoin or something. Fucking send it. But if they don't, could you make money off shorting Wolf? Yeah, but it's probably risky because it probably can squeeze again. And if they take the shares off the market, I'm not sure that you would get your money. I'm not sure. Well, you would already have the money in your account, I guess, technically. So I'm not really sure how that would work. I've only had a stock taken off the market once that I was holding. I bought this Russian ETF back before they attacked Ukraine, and I bought like 2 or 3 options on it, and then they delisted it. And I wasn't able to like sell or anything, so they just kind of just took my money. But if you were shorting it, I feel like if you short something, you already have the money in your account. So I don't really know how that would work. I don't know if they would just take the money from you or what. Not really sure. But it would be risky to short something like that because, you know, you saw it squeeze. You saw it squeeze. Just because I think it's turning into shit and going bankrupt doesn't mean it's worth shorting. Or, you know, even if it is going bankrupt, it's probably not worth it. just because of that slight potential that you can just get absolutely fucked. I mean, Spirit Airlines came back. You know, Spirit Airlines got delisted for a little bit, and then now it's back, isn't it? I thought it was. Maybe, did they merge with something? I could have sworn. Spirit Airlines was back. That's probably how my glasses are broken from doing this shit. They announced they're about to file King Griffin bought Spirit. I don't think it's public though. It was. I thought it came back though. Even if it gets delisted, you still win. Well, if you're shorting it, maybe. That's the whole yeah. That's the whole point of that's the whole point of why I even brought this up, because if it gets delisted and you're short, then yeah, you should win. You should. Might hit another low here, maybe. Maybe. Jeez. Metaplanet hits new all-time high as Bitcoin hits record price. That's crazy. I'll hit this. Alright. Texas has passed Senate Bill 21, a measure establishing the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. This makes Texas the third U.S. state to adopt Bitcoin as part of its state investment strategy, following Arizona and New Hampshire. The bill, officially titled the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve and Investment Act, has cleared both legislative chambers and now heads to Governor Greg Abbott's desk for final approval. SB 21 authorizes the creation of the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, a special fund outside the state treasury, which allows Texas to invest directly in Bitcoin and other approved cryptocurrencies, according to the legislation. The measure gives the state treasurer full authority over the reserve's administration, including acquiring, managing, staking, and potentially liquidating digital assets. The establishment of a strategic Bitcoin reserve serves the public purpose of providing enhanced financial security to residents of the state. The state treasurer will manage the fund under strict conditions. Only cryptocurrencies with a 12-month average market cap of at least 500 billion can be purchased. Assets must be stored using cold storage technology to prevent unauthorized access. Third-party partners, including qualified custodians and liquidity providers, may be contracted for operations. The use of staking and derivatives is allowed if it benefits the reserve. Funds can come from legislative appropriations, donations from Texas residents, and returns on investments. While the reserve operates independently, the state treasurer can temporarily liquidate it for state cash management under limited conditions. Governor Abbott has not yet indicated whether he will sign the bill, but his past support of Bitcoin suggests a favorable outcome is likely. Texas is getting involved early on in this process because we see the future of what Bitcoin and blockchain means to the entire world, said Governor Abbott. Texas wants to be the centerpiece of that, so we're promoting it, we're advancing it. When New Hampshire passed their bill on May 6, 2025, CEO and co-founder of Satoshi Action, Dennis Porter, remarked that it was just the beginning, and now we're seeing the vision unfold. Satoshi Action drafted the model, New Hampshire engraved it into law, and now every treasurer nationwide can follow that roadmap. HB 302 proves that you can protect taxpayer money, diversify reserves, and future-proof state treasuries, all while embracing the most secure monetary network on Earth. New Hampshire didn't just pass a bill, it sparked a movement. Nice. Bitcoin make a new all-time high. Yeah. Did yesterday and today. Viral app lets you hire bodyguards like you're calling Uber. Interesting. Okay. If you're in need of a bodyguard, a new app can let you hire one, and it's easy as booking an Uber. Over the years, there have been countless stories of streamers being attacked by strangers and in dire need of protection, and a new app is looking to provide just that. Protector is available for users in LA and New York, and lets anyone get private security on the fly with a ton of customizable options. The app, which launched in February 2025, went viral on X in May when Colin Rugg shared videos about Protector, which received over 7 million views in a few days. According to the founder, Nick Sereth, finding security used to be an unintuitive experience. It's like a maze that you have to go through to vet a bunch of different security websites, he said. The protectors on the app are either active or recently retired law enforcement or military members too. They all come from top units within their department or agencies such as SWAT, Emergency Service Units, Air Force PJ, and even SEAL teams, he explained. In videos, users delved into the app and were surprised by the results. Users can choose between how many protectors they want to hire, select their dress code, pickup location, duration of the protection needed. According to CBS, a single Cadillac Escalade with one protector in West Hollywood will cost around $1,000 for 5 hours, but users would also need to pay a $129 annual membership fee. However, the cost can be split among a maximum of 5 people. Damn. I'm learning that security is just expensive. This could prove to be useful for Twitch's streamers and content creators, as in 2025 alone, there have been quite a few instances of people harassing them. Okay. That is cool. Damn, the market must be shitting, bro. Eh, not really. GameStop's just selling off quite a bit. You gotta think you could die on the job. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Hmm. This guy's training for slap fighting, some like ancient Chinese martial arts thing. It says Tong Bei Quan draws inspiration from the movement of apes and involves generating power from the back and shoulders to deliver powerful strikes with one hand. Hong Gong believes that this mastery of this technique will give him an edge and allow him to add another achievement of his growing list of martial arts feats. He emerged victorious. Let's see. To prepare for okay. Yeah, that's a cool app. You'll have to ask your uncle about it. Seems interesting. My uncle finds dudes in Africa and Europe, brings them to the U.S. He looks for the tallest, strongest guys, finds them work or old veterans, lots of them. That's dope. That's dope. Does he just like get him a work visa? Like he's not like they're not becoming like citizens, are they? They just come and work for a little bit and then go back? Or is he like or are these people actually like coming out to the US to live here and just work for your uncle? I need to go check my mail real quick too. I'll be right back. I thought I had more cards coming, but I guess not. Yeah, most on visas, they stack bread, go back to their country. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I figured. That'd probably be the best move for a lot of them. I go to the bathroom now too. And I was muted that whole time. So that's really cool. But we're playing Pokemon. Because I don't know what else to do. Zebo and Issa stay in a crib my uncle bought in Minnesota. I, I help him adjust to living in U.S., show him what to do, etc. Nice. That's dope. That's way dope. We got a lot of good workers from South America. Pretty much cleared out a whole kitchen crew of a restaurant. It's a win-win. Nice. That's fire. Alright, waiting on this guy. Hopefully he's not going to play that slow the whole game. I don't even have an... Oh, I have 5 energy cards. Never mind. Well, we need that. And that's all we can do first turn. Now we wait to see what he does. He's playing slow as fuck, so... That's always annoying. I'm probably playing against like a fucking 7-year-old who can barely read. And then I'm gonna lose to him. Come on, buddy, you can do it. The cards say the same thing they said last game. They haven't changed. A spear chucker? What the hell does that mean? What the hell is a spear chucker? Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. Took a second. I got you, though. All that attitude. Oh, they should play faster. It's not that hard. We're on the fucking first turn. He's gonna evolve to a Raichu? Is Raichu better than Pikachu? What? Well, he's probably gonna evolve to Blaziken. Most likely. I don't know what Kilowattrel evolves into. Oh. Oh wait. I forgot you can only do the second stage with that thing. I thought he was just gonna straight get some EXs out first turn. That would have been annoying. This is so trash already. I wish I had something to fucking discard a card with. I'm just gonna... This is terrible. That's got one retreat, 2. Let me search your deck for 2 basic lightning bolts, put them onto your bench. I'm gonna boss's order Pikachu, I think. I should go for Kambuskin, but Pikachu seems like a threat. I know Blazeking's a fucking threat too, but Pikachu is kind of savage. If I could one turn Blaziken, I would have, or Kambuskin, I guess now. It's gonna turn into a Blaziken. If I could have one hit him, I would have boss ordered to him. But I only hit 70 right now. And hopefully next turn I get a Pokemon or something. Because I need something else to put energies on. Or else I'm just going to be stacking energies on this one Mewtwo. And that's not ideal. Not very ideal. Or, you know, give me another boss's order, I guess. I'm cool with either of those What is that? Discard 3 other cards, so you're... Oh, interesting. He literally only has 2 energy cards in his hand. Bruh! What a douche. What a douche. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Pika that turn anyway, but what an actual douche. Discarded a fucking energy to retreat that. That's actually so whack. Bro, what the fuck? I'm getting fucked right now. Alright. Okay. That's how you want to play it, huh? Just give me nothing but energy cards, I guess. Why not? This is fucking stupid. Wait, how is an electric Pokemon? Oh, it's because it's a bird. Duh. It's a bird. See, you should have sent out a different... You should have sent out Kambuskin or something. I wouldn't have one-hit it. Or, I think I would have one-hit Kambuskin. You should have sent out the Wattrel. No point in sacking your fucking stage 2. Or stage 1. This is the most I've ever heard you say the F word. My bad. My bad. I'm just in an F word mood, I guess. I don't know. Oh wow, another Pokemon. That's crazy. I didn't even know that existed. There's other Pokemon in this game? If only I had a boss's orders. Because this is kind of a waste of an attack, but whatever. Dude, what the fuck, dude? I ain't getting shit here. Here in Minnesota, help my uncle with these dudes and other stuff because he wants to move to Minnesota and do more business. Back in Chicago, maybe a year or 2. Pikachu's always a threat. Reload G. I thought he was cute. Minnesota's cool though. Been meeting interesting people. Dude, I watched the Whatnot with yesterday is like a real estate investor. I met him through selling Pokemon. Oh, nice. Is that the homies whose name's on the label? Because I was like, that's not Muma's name. I gotta bind Jimmy. I'm a boss and order you. Snaps me on occasion. I'll be missing her though. We're friends. Nice. Nice. I don't miss these hoes. This is so stupid, dude. I mean, I wouldn't be able to kill the Pikachu anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But he's gonna fucking kill my Mewtwo next turn, I'm pretty sure. I think he has that last energy he needs in his fucking hand. So that's not good. Oh, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. We'll find out here in a second. He either has it and I'm fucked, or we are gonna win. Which one is it gonna be? Does he have... Oh, what a pussy. He fucking quit. He didn't have it, apparently. He didn't have it. He didn't have it. I am saying the F word a lot today, huh? That's pretty funny. Alright, I'll play one more game. You are, yes. shit. I'm just in a swearing mood, I guess. Bring Jesus back. I'm sure Jesus said the F word. He had to have. Bro, what is this game right now? Blasphemy. You don't think he did? I feel like maybe he did. At least once. Maybe twice. Or that just wasn't even a word. I sure hope so. Bro, what the hell is this game right now? I'm getting the worst hands ever. This is ridiculous. Oh, this is ridiculous. That's not good. We'll see. I think I'm about to lose. Not a good way to start. It's actually insane that you guys watch me play Pokemon. Like, I understand, like, listening to the articles and talking about other things, but you guys watching me play Pokemon, that's interesting to me. That's interesting. This Pokemon's attached, knocked out by damage, or okay. Super codependent. Hey, Azatu, that's helpful, kind of. Um, 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 I guess we'll just risk this. Hope it works. Nice, perfect. Exactly what we needed here. Boom. I wish we had a switch though. That would have been good. $70. Oh wait, I can use Beach's Court. But I'm still only gonna do 90 damage, so whatever. But I can do this. Then I can retreat for free, I believe. Wait, what? Oh, it's because it's not a basic. Damn it. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Fair enough. I see how it is. I see how it is. I'm just gonna do transfer charge, because I should be able to kill him next turn. Playing COD and listening, multitasking, fair enough. Fair enough. But it's just Pokemon. Woman of class, this is a PlayStation only house only. That's fair. Normally I wouldn't agree with you, but Microsoft's exiting the console war, so I kind of do agree with you. But if you're not on PC, then I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing with your life if you're not just playing on PC. The only reason you have a console is for Grand Theft Auto 6 these days. I don't know exactly what's going on. Not an energy card, really? I needed an energy card. I needed an energy. 100. What? Ugh. Ugh. I guess I'll kill Dreepy. He's kind of a threat. I don't know what this other Pokemon is. I've never seen these two. But Dreepy's a threat. I forget what he evolves into, but it's a very strong Pokemon. So I ain't fucking with it. And probably a PS4. But I need a new control for a PC before I can play on there. That's fair. What kind of PC did you get? Oh, fuck. If I would have known that's who that evolves into, I would have not good. This guy sucks. The game freeze? What's going on here? Come on, buddy. Cordell getting cooked. Actually, I'm winning, but this guy is a really strong Pokemon. Only 160. Well, this sucks, but I gotta do what I can here. No point in wasting a turn. Just attacking. Don't ask what kind. It's from exotic PCs. Well, all you do is fucking you just go in your settings and you click about and it tells you what graphics card and what processing's in it and how much RAM you have and how much storage you have. It tells you everything. You don't have to know what it is. You just got to know what's inside of it. You think I look at that? I mean, you should. I feel like it's a pretty important part of the PC buying thing experience. Oh, he's one shot my Mewtwo. That's sad. That's sad. That's okay. At least I got Mimikyu. Hopefully by some he has another one of these. This sucks. This sucks. Great. 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 What the hell is this shit, dude? I gotta use Judge. I gotta get rid of all those cards out of his hand. Nice. And get my Mewtwo back. Come on. I can use this to get an energy back. And then I can put it on Mewtwo. And that would be 120, 150. It's not enough damage. So we'll just attack and see what he does next. Cooked. I don't have terms these days. I don't have patient. Cooked just means you're fucked, basically. Straight cooked, bro. You're cooked. You're cooked, dog. He's cooking. Well, it has multiple meanings as well, I guess. Because people say he's cooking, and that just means you're like ramping up, basically. Or you're coming up with an idea. I don't know. It's very interesting. Yeah, let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Dane Cook. I don't know what this guy's doing. If he doesn't get whatever it's called. I don't know what I'm even trying to say. Oh, if he doesn't have a boss's order, I don't know what he's going through all this effort for, because he can't kill my Mimikyu. Yep. Fucker, dude. Oh, fuck this guy. Oh, I brought that into the future. I brought that to an... yep. I brought that one into existence. That was, Yep. I saw that one coming. What a bitch. What an actual bitch. What we call manifesting. Well, Iono, save me. Give me something good. Another Natu? Come on, bro. I don't need another Natu. Ugh. This is disgusting. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. 60, 120, 180, 190. Oh, I think oh, no, I can't. Wait, I can one-hit him. Because I can do that. And I can retreat. Oh, I can retreat Mimikyu for free because of Beach Court. Nice, even better. He's just going to kill my Mewtwo again, but whatever. Who cares? Maybe by some miracle I can win here. Some miracle. We need a miracle. We need a miracle. 496 megabyte graphic card, 16 gigabytes of RAM, AMD Ryzen 5, Radeon graphics. Nice. So it's nothing like crazy, but that's still nice. Does everything you need it to do, I'm sure. You just got to upgrade that RAM a little bit if possible. Then you're chilling. No idea what I just said. You have like a lower end high quality PC, I guess would be the easiest way to put it. Dude, fuck this guy. Is he really about to win? Oh, this guy actually sucks, bro. This guy actually sucks. We gotta hope he only has 4 energies, but he probably has 5. Yep. Screw this guy. I hate people who use this card, dude. I hate people who use that fucking card. That's the most annoying card, bro. I always lose to people that use that card. It's just so good. It's too good. Actually. It's too good. Couldn't take the heat. That's a good ass card, man. It all came down to that boss's order, though. If he didn't have the well, I guess I could have attacked him with Mimikyu, and that would have saved me for a turn. But I think I would have lost no matter what. Unless I just kept Mimikyu out and he had no more boss's orders. That's about the only way I could have won. But that's, you know, that's a boring way to win. Sometimes it's the only way to win, but a boring way to win. Run it again? Nah, I don't want to run it again. I'm good. We're gonna chill for 5 more minutes here while the market closes, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life after that. Something. Something. Probably just sit on Whatnot and just fucking watch streams. I'll be honest. I'm kind of obsessed with Whatnot right now. Not win at Pokemon. No, I'm not gonna play Pokemon. If I was gonna play more Pokemon, I would just stay on stream. I would like to buy some Pokemon. Dude, is that? Oh no. I thought that was one of the Chinese slabs. I was like, no way. Gotta verify my account still. Oh, bro, use my seller referral link, bro. It gives I don't know if it gives you. I don't know if it gives us both $100, but if you're gonna try to sell on Whatnot, might as well use my seller referral code in case it gives us both $100. I want to do that tonight. I'll hop on your stream, bro. I'll hop on. Are you gonna use that buy GME account or what? I gotta prep for a meeting. Boring. Boring. That's okay. Send me the link. I don't want a FOMO. I'll send you the link whenever he goes live. I got you. I got you. I don't know when he's gonna do it, but so I've already sent you guys my buyer referral, but if you guys use this one, this is a seller referral. So if you become a seller using that link, it I think you have to meet some requirements first. I think it gives me $100. Maybe also you $100. It says once they verify their identity and fulfill their orders, you'll earn $100. Your referral will earn up to $150 in matched earnings. So if you're actually gonna run that, definitely use that referral link. And yeah, I'll watch your stream, bro. I'll watch it. I'll follow you right now so I don't forget. Is that the account you're gonna be on? The buy GME one? Or what? Maybe see if he wants to do a live, that'd be fire. He has a lot of slabs and sealed boxes. I kind of want to sell my sealed Jap stash and toss that money at more booster boxes. More surging sparks, baby. No, I'm just kidding. I like Paldea too, but it's already up. What account are you? I'm just gonna add that one. You haven't answered me, but I'm just gonna add the Buy GME account, and I don't know if that's the one you're going live on or what, but that's the one I'm gonna follow. I'm excited. I hope you actually run the stream. That'll be dope. It'll be dope to see. If y'all are gone by the time I get back, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, probably will be. I'm probably gonna get out of here. Market just closed. Probably gonna get out of here. I'll stick around for a second though. Deals are at GameStop right now. Need more hats, more shirts. Not really, but they are fun to buy. I think Ryan Cohen announces Bitcoin purchase after hours. No. I think they'll do it on earnings or at the end of the year. If they don't do it on earnings, they'll do it at the end of the year. Buy another hat and give me that one. You buy the hat. How about that? You buy the hat and give me the hat so I can have two hats. You want to be nuts, all the crypto fools buying up GME? Oh yeah. Bitcoin's already back at all-time highs. Just a little blip in time, you know. Sold off to 106 for about, what, 5 seconds? An hour? An hour. And now it's just back. Wild, dude. I mean, at this point, like, even though GameStop's up a lot, I feel like this is probably the best time ever to potentially buy it, man. It's crazy. Especially if this keeps going up. What's up, Kev? Been a while, bro. Where you been? Where you been, Mr. Kev? We were talking about some crypto thing yesterday, and I can't remember what we were talking about. And I was like, damn, I wish Kev was here. I don't even remember what we were talking about. And I still haven't read Mastering ETH. I need to run that. They don't have an audiobook for it, I don't think. Children in God are mean. I mean, that's facts. Big kid curses. It's like, you fucking asshole! God, Drown is so trash in this game! It's fucking stupid! This fucking... Can't even play Call of Duty! I've been here and there, ducking and diving, you know? Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. You're a dad now, you got a family. You're a daddy. Papa Kev. Making everyone bullish on crypto. I mean, you kind of came in at a bad time, Kev. I'm about to leave. I appreciate you stopping in and saying what's up, though. Kev's a daddy now. No. Well, maybe. I'm sure somewhere. I'm sure somewhere Ked has some little shitlins running around. Maybe not. I don't know. He's a mysterious man. He's mysterious. But I'm out of here. I appreciate you guys always supporting the stream. Thank you. God bless ya. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I'll catch you on your live stream later, Muma. I want to come watch and see you fucking flip some stuff. That would be fun. So hopefully you actually run it. But yeah, thank you guys for always supporting the stream. I don't know. I don't have anything to say. I just appreciate you guys, and I hope you're doing good. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, I believe. Yep, tomorrow for another exciting stream. We shall see. Do it, bro. Just try it. Try selling like 5. You don't even have to go hard. Just try selling like a couple things. I just want to watch someone besides myself live stream. I don't know. Someone sell something, please. Someone do something, please. I'm bored. I can't just be up here entertaining all the time. I can't just talk all the time. I need to be entertained too. All right. I'm out of here. You guys have a good rest of your day.